That was great. I was watching you.
The Rules Committee now comes to order. We resume consideration of H.R. 2740, the four-bill minibus package, including labor, HHS, education, defense, state, foreign ops, and energy and water development appropriations. Yesterday, we heard from chairs and ranking members of the subcommittees about the underlying package. Now, today, we will hear from any member who wishes to testify on an amendment. Before we hear that testimony, let me turn to Mr. Woodall for any remarks he may choose to make. Mr. Woodall, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Cole discuss the majority's record of making minority amendments in order so far this Congress. As you heard him say yesterday, 75% of the amendments that have been made in order thus far in this Congress have been Democrat amendments. Only 14% have been Republican amendments, and we very much want to, 16 have been Republican amendments, and would very much like to see an improvement upon that record. Mr. Chairman, you gave Republicans 20% of amendments to a bill, yet overall we've only been able to do 16% of the total amendments, and I think that shows a fairly abysmal record before this process begins today. I see a host of Republicans here to offer amendments, and this is an opportunity that we can do better. You may recall last Congress when I sat where Ms. Torres is sitting today, and Republicans were in the majority. 45% of all the amendments made in order were solely Democrat amendments. That compares to 38% of the amendments that were made in order that were solely Republican amendments. As you would imagine, when you sit in the majority, you have an opportunity to perfect the bill in ways that you don't when you're in the minority. Of course, 17% of the amendments last cycle were bipartisan, and while I will concede that we did not have the finest record on open rules that this institution has seen, I will staunchly defend our record of making in order amendments from both sides of the aisle, and as even-handed a way as possible, even a preferential way for our friends on the Democratic side of the aisle. At the beginning of this Congress, the Democratic majority repeatedly promised a new and robust open process here in the Rules Committee. They pledged that good ideas would be welcome no matter where they came from. As I look at this dais today, I know good ideas sit here. But unfortunately, we have not been able to fulfill that promise of making those ideas, giving those ideas an opportunity to be heard on the floor. The numbers speak volumes 5 months into this new Congress. Should we expect this trend of shutting down minority party ideas to continue? I know with your leadership and the chairman's leadership, the answer should be no. Should we expect this same course of action in the rule that we report out today and in the rule on the second appropriations package next week and in other rules in weeks to come to report this same partisan preference that we have seen so far this Congress? I know with your leadership and with the chairman's leadership, we should not. Will we expect the promises made by the Democratic majority to have a more open and fair-minded process to be kept with your leadership and the chairman's leadership? I know that we should. And if not now, I would ask when. We heard from the Cardinals last night, Mr. Speaker, the Cardinals on both sides of the aisle, about how well they work together and about how open they are to the rest of the Congress and our ideas. I hope that the Rules Committee will take the lead from those Cardinals in that bipartisan way and make these ideas available to the whole House. With that, I look forward to the witnesses and the testimony today and appreciate the Chairman's generosity and yield back.
All right. The gentleman yields back. I thank him for his opening statement. Maybe we'll get a moment to respond to it later, but our witnesses have been waiting a long time, Mr. Woodall, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce them. We've got Mr. Posey, Mr. Rooney, Mr. Shimkus, Mr. Norman, and Mr. Wilson. Are they present too? Oh, they are. So we're delighted that all of you have come forward. Anything that you brought in writing will, without objection, be entered automatically into the record. And I now, so I'd like to call Mr. Norman and Mr. Wilson to join us at the table. You have no testimony? Okay. If you've got testimony, please come forward. And I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
Thank you very much, Chairman Raskin and Ranking Member Woodall, for this opportunity to testify you and my colleagues. I have two amendments, and they're directly related. One to strip funding from the Office of Children's Issues, and the other to block funding from the Lebanese Internal Security Force, which I'll hereafter refer to as the ISF, and I have combined those into one statement with your permission, just to save you time and me time.
Thank you very much.
I'm hoping that by offering these amendments, we can have a much-needed discussion about international child abduction and how we can make this a higher priority for the Department of State. I'm dealing with constituent cases that involve American children who have been abducted to Lebanon. As you can imagine, this is a very emotional topic, and I've not taken this subject lightly, and I know that you won't either. As of last year, 98 nations signed on to the Hague Convention on International Child Abduction. But there are still several countries, like Lebanon, that have not signed into the Hague Convention, making the return of abducted children and the resolution of their cases very difficult. The State Department's Office of Children's Issues is tasked with, among other things, like international child adoption services, overseeing cases of international child abduction. As per their annual 2019 report on child abduction, going back to 2016, only 33% of the children involved in abduction cases opened by the Office of Children's Issues have returned to the United States in the last 3 years. That's a very, very dismal proportion. A constituent of mine, Michelle Littleton, recently testified before a House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee about the abduction of her 3 beautiful children to Lebanon by her former husband a little over 2 years ago. Ms. Littleton has worked tirelessly to litigate the return of her children in Lebanese court, and remarkably has won landmark decisions, unprecedented decisions in the favor of an American in this type of case in Lebanon. Despite her legal victories, she still waits for the court orders to be enforced by the Lebanese Internal Security Force that I mentioned earlier. To make matters worse, the ISF dragged its feet while enforcing court-ordered return of her children and created a fugitive situation, allowing the abductor time to escape with her children. In the weeks leading up to Ms. Littleton's final court ruling, State Department officials informed me on numerous occasions they had an idea of the location of Mrs. Littleton's children so they could be returned quickly when all the appeals were exhausted. I come to find out later that they had in fact lost track of the children the previous months, but neglected to tell me, or Mrs. Littleton, and others involved in this case. In working the case, I further am disappointed that it took almost 2 years for me to get a scheduled phone call with our U.S. ambassador to Lebanon, Elizabeth Richard. I've also had a request for 7 months to speak with the secretary about these cases. I hear other members are running into similar obstacles working similar constituent cases across this country. But something I found out to be the most insulting was when Ms. Littleton testified before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee about the international child reduction. Despite being invited, the Office of Children's Issues failed to even show up. Didn't even show up for the hearing. Then there's Dexter's case. The 4-year-old whose abductor kidnapped him committed fraud by obtaining false travel documents and took him to unsafe southern Lebanon. His abductor is wanted by the local authorities in Florida, the FBI, and Interpol. He has a record of making threats, past kidnappings, burglary, and has been held in contempt of court. Yet the State Department officials recently met with both him and Dexter in a local mall and did absolutely nothing to alert the authorities so that he could be returned. They did nothing. It's unbelievable, and we're really going to have a State Department that wants to leave the kids there in very poor conditions. Regardless of the renewed national emergency declaration, American taxpayers continue to foot the bill in Lebanon. Since 2006, the U.S. has provided Lebanon over $1.7 billion in security assistance, more than $2 billion in bilateral foreign assistance to Lebanon, and nearly $1.8 billion in humanitarian assistance since the start of the Syrian crisis. In many ways, our mission to Lebanon has failed. Despite spending billions of taxpayer dollars, our embassy doesn't feel comfortable asking the ISF, which is more like their local police department actually, to partner with us to recover American children and holds dangerous international child abductors and criminals accountable. If we leave these American children behind, we will be denying them the basic freedom and opportunities that each and every one of us in this room has enjoyed to graduate from high school, go to college, pursue a meaningful career. It's sad, but the possibility of cutting their funding may be the only way they will listen to us. I'm asking you to allow members of the House a chance to discuss this international child abduction issue, how we can direct taxpayer dollars to better serve American parents and citizens, and make the return of the abducted children a higher priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Posey, and I call now on Mr. Rooney. You are recognized.
Substitute Chairman Raskin, Governor.
Excuse me, forgive me, Mr. Posey. Our rule is that you've got to stay through the end so we can all ask you questions.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Rooney.
Chairman Raskin, thank you very much. I'm here to testify.
If you'd speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this. Thank you, Chairman Raskin, for having me. I'm here to testify on behalf of my bill to make the moratorium on offshore drilling in the eastern Gulf of Mexico permanent. It was passed in 2006 in the Gomesa law. It expires in a couple of years, and the Department of Interior is frothing at the bit to get some leasing and seismic going in the eastern Gulf. Offshore drilling east of the military mission line, which is this line here that I've gave you that's thickened up by my pen, is 86 degrees, 41 minutes west longitude. This chart shows how much future military testing is planned there. This is a 120,000 square mile range that goes from the Panhandle to the Key West and is a major national security asset. We have tons of data from the military to back that up for the use of hypersonic weapons, drone testing, Polaris missiles, and other types of weapon systems. And so that's one part of it. The other part of it is offshore drilling poses an existential threat to our Florida tourism economy, which in Florida, $37.4 billion of GDP and 600,000 jobs are on the tourism industry. And in 2018, November, over 5 million Floridians voted to ban offshore drilling anywhere near Florida, 69% of the electorate. Nobody's going to get Florida without banning offshore drilling. And the last thing is I would say, you know, sometimes the oil companies talk about how, the Deepwater Horizon was a one-off, but I could tell you I've been in the business my whole life. That is not the case. As long as you have humans doing this stuff, things are going to go haywire. Taylor Energy spill off of South Louisiana has been spilling oil for 14 years, over 1 million gallons, and they still can't hardly put it out. Washington Post had an article on that a couple of weeks ago. Deepwater Horizon hurt tourism even though it didn't send any oil around because of the perception, kind of like the canons of ethics for lawyers, as you avoid even the perception of impropriety. We were just fortunate that Deepwater Horizon was way out here, way away from the Florida Loop Current, which is the clockwise current that takes anything that gets along the coast all the way down to Key West. And so it would blanket the coast with any type of spill. Just in 2016 and 17, one of the best operators in the industry, Shell Oil, had a pipeline connection with a wellhead leak that disgorged about 500 million barrels of oil. So anything can happen as long as humans are involved. The last thing I would like to say is the CEO of Shell has confirmed this, and I met with the CEO of Exxon and Chevron last 2 weeks, and they both agree we don't need to trash out Florida or the Eastern Gulf to get a very little bit of offshore oil. This is the distribution in 2007 showing the major pipeline from Saudi Arabia. This is 2015 showing how that had totally reversed and doesn't even include, at that time, 750,000 barrels from Colombia. Now, here's where we are now, projected to be, and this doesn't even include over 1 million barrels a day from Colombia that add, and it doesn't include anything from Vaca Muerta down in Argentina. So between shale, fracking, et cetera, we have this energy independence, which further underscores the need to protect Florida from the menace of offshore drilling. Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the chance to be here and to make these comments.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Rooney, and I'm sure we'll have questions for you. And now, Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be with you. I'm here to speak on Amendment 66, which is a bipartisan amendment authored by Bill Foster, Mike Simpson, Joe Courtney, a guy named Congressman Burgess, and myself. It's a small request in respect to the big dollars. It's $10 million for the Department of Energy. It's $5 million for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. In addition to my prepared testimony, I put at your places a folder. This is what I used when I went before the appropriators. There's a couple things in there worth note. There's an April 1st letter, a bipartisan letter to the appropriators, signed by quite a few members, really primarily authored by Scott Peters from California and Jeff Duncan from South Carolina. There's another chart showing what, since 1997, which was my first year in active service here as a legislator, the appropriation process and how it's bottomed out over the past 10 years. There's another chart that shows the cost of inaction. This is, I think, Congressman Raskin, you'll understand this too, is because of your background. We spend $2 million a day for doing nothing because of the judgment fund. It's not appropriated, it's not authorized, it's legal court renderings, and that's $2 million a day because we're not complying with the law. There's another map here that shows the 131 locations in 39 states where we have defense waste or spent nuclear fuel. So this amendment would start us moving back to the process of how do we resolve our nuclear waste liabilities and responsibilities. Everyone on this dais has nuclear waste in their state, except for Tom Cole, and every one of you have personally paid for that waste to be removed. And why can I say you personally paid for it? Because if you're in a state that generates electricity, you pay a fee through your electricity bill to help dispose of this waste. That was passed in the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, along with the amendments in 82 and 87. So we're all on a hook for that. I'm from Illinois. We have a lot of nuclear power. It's also instructive that we're having this debate in the era when we want to move to carbon-free generation. Nuclear power is a base load, major generation, and it's carbon-free. So the Nuclear Waste Fund is around $40 billion currently on the books to finish licensing, construction, and operation of a geological repository for high-level waste. And a geological repository is the international scientific consensus on what you do with high-level nuclear waste or defense waste. Over 30 years, you want to see what $15 billion looks like? Here it is. Over 30 years, our labs, Department of Energy labs, did the research on Yucca Mountain and whether it's going to be suitable and safe. This resulted in them submitting this information to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which is our independent scientific agency. So what they were charged with is look at the science and come to a conclusion. They're an independent agency. They're not beholden to anyone but themselves for the sake of science and the protection of our citizens. They rendered a report, volume 1 through 5. The report's here. And in this report, it says storing high-level nuclear waste for in Yucca Mountain is safe for 1 million years. That's what the Nuclear Regulatory Commission said. We have 15 volumes here. We have 6 volumes here, billions of dollars of research by our national labs. It demonstrates that the DOE can safely build and operate a repository in compliance with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's regulations. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission's Safety and Evaluation Report, as I said, what this is, 5 billion said it's safe for 1 million years. Now, who did they go and ask the scientific research from? This was reviewed by experts in geochemistry, hydrology, climatology, structural geology, volcanology, seismology, and health physics, as well as chemical, physical, mechanical, nuclear, mining materials, and geological engineering. The result is storing high-level nuclear waste in Yucca Mountain would be safe for 1 million years. The law gives Nevada, where the Yucca Mountain is located, the right to contest this research and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's analysis. And that's what this amendment does, which is start that process, which has been put on hold through politics, both sides of the aisle. Nevadans, Republicans, Nevada's Democrats. So what this does is say, let's start the process. This request doesn't turn one shovel of dirt. All it does is allow Nevada, who claims that this research and this analysis is flawed. Part of the law gives Nevada to contest this science. So the request for money is to let's have this debate on science. That's all it is. It doesn't move forward, doesn't move one shovel of dirt. It says if we're going to have a scientific debate, let's have a scientific debate on the science. That's what this amendment is. Again, we had a vote in the last Congress on an authorization process passed 340 to 72. It's a huge bipartisan majority that would like us to at least start moving to some conclusion. This is the start of that process, and I would ask my colleagues to consider it and make it in order if it is your will, and I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shimkus. And Mr. Wilson.
Chairman Raskin and colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity of being here today. I'm offering amendment number 11, Division E, Energy and Water Development, the Savannah River Community and Regulatory Support line. I'm offering an amendment with the intent to redirect funding within the Defense Environmental Cleanup of $6.5 million to fund the Savannah River Community and Regulatory Support account. This $6.5 million will go to fund the payment in lieu of taxes, PILT, for the 3 counties in which the Savannah River site resides, Aiken, Allendale, and Barnwell, represented by myself and Congressman Jim Clyburn. Due to the Department of Energy condemning 122,000 acres in the 1950s for the construction of the Savannah River site, large portions of these counties were no longer available for development and communities were actually moved. This funding will go to reimburse the counties for the money they would have otherwise received as taxes, as they have in the past. PILT is currently funded at sites such as Oak Ridge, Oregon, and Brookhaven. Today, over 50% of the funding goes to the local school districts, with the other funds going to county operations such as emergency medical services, the sheriff's departments, and road maintenance. Some of these counties are already facing difficulty with the current funding they receive, and taking any money away they are due would be catastrophic to the local communities. I ask for your support in making this amendment in order, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Additionally, I have another amendment, and this is relative to Division E, Energy and Water Development, the Savannah River Lock and Dam Amendment. And this amendment is co-sponsored by myself, along with Representatives Rick Allen and Jeff Duncan. It restricts any funding for the development of an alternative to the new Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam that would result in a reduction of the pool below the physical level of 114.5 feet, the level as required but at the date of enactment of the 2016 Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act, the WIN Act. The lock and dam currently provides a body of water upstream of pool which is used for municipal and industrial uses affecting thousands of jobs, as well as for recreation and waterfront development by many constituents in North Augusta and Augusta of both South Carolina and Georgia. The 2016 WIN Act allows for the modification or removal of the new Savannah Lock and Dam to allow for the passage of short-nosed sturgeon and other migratory fish to mitigate the environmental impacts of the Savannah Harbor expansion project, which taking into account that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers must maintain river conditions that were in place on the date of enactment. And in a letter to the Secretary R.D. James and Lieutenant General Todd Simonite, I joined with Senators Lindsey Graham, Tim Scott, Johnny Isakson, David Perdue, and Representative Rick Allen to express that the currently proposed alternative, which will remove the lock and dam and construct a fixed weir with dry floodplain bench, does not meet the requirements of the plain text of the WIN Act or intent of Congress. The intent of Congress was clearly to maintain the pool so as not to harm the beautiful Savannah riverfront, but for the Corps to develop a solution that would be beneficial for both the Savannah Harbor expansion project and local community. Any plan that the Army Corps of Engineers develops for the new Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam that is not in accordance with the WIN Act waste taxpayers' resources that are better spent on a viable alternative consistent with the will of Congress to maintain the pool at 114.5 feet. And I yield back my time.
Mr. Wilson, thank you very much, and thanks to all of you for your excellent and cogent statements. I'm going to come to Mr. Perlmutter, the gentleman from Colorado, if you have any questions.
Mr. Shimkus, you make a good argument. I guess I'm one of those guys that's voted against moving things to Yucca Mountain over the 12 or 13 years I've been here. But what was obviously you make a good case, but you didn't sell the appropriators on it. What was their argument in response to your, because we've had it come to the floor from time to time.
So we worked real hard. So there was an amendment vote. It wasn't in the base bill, so there was amendment vote offered. I was in the chamber. And we did get some Democrat votes on that, which, you know, is a success in itself, but it just wasn't enough to overcome the hurdle. I still think there is, Nevada has concerns with this, you know, and not all Nevadans, but obviously the elected members of Congress who are basically in the Las Vegas area. They'll make claims that the waste is going to go down the strip. It's not going to go down the strip. It's 90 miles from the city. It's where we set off nuclear weapon explosions. And it's a secure federal government-owned property. Having said that, I've been in discussions and have been in Nevada more than I ever thought I would be. Folks like in Nye County, who really what the folks in Nye County, which is where this would be, they say, let's finish the science debate. And if the debate's sound, we're happy to have it. Now, that's Nye County. That's not the members of Congress. So you would have to ask the members of Congress and maybe the Speaker of the House why it wasn't important. But a day will come when people will say, why haven't we moved this stuff out of our states?
All right, thank you.
And can I just add up? The other provision on this that's not talked about is defense waste, which is toxic sludge, like at Hanford, which is people think might be leaching into the Columbia River. Or Joe Wilson knows this at Savannah River. So there's a defense part of this. And the Nuclear Waste Policy Act was pretty shrewd. And what they said is, we're going to make the ratepayers pay to develop the site. And that's where we're going to put our defense stuff. So the ratepayers are actually paying for the spent fuel and the defense waste, which is they probably in that day and age thought was a pretty good deal. And I'm sorry for expanding.
No, thank you. Mr. Posey, just a quick question. So in yours desire to limit the funding to the Office of Children's Issues, or is it because of this Lebanese
Yeah, it's because they're not doing their job.
experience that you've had, or, I mean,
Yeah, it's because clearly they're not doing their job.
but you think that's agency-wide?
No, I don't necessarily know that it's agency-wide because I haven't had an experience, you know, with every department in the agency. But I just know that that part of the agency does not do their job, so.
Okay. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been talking a lot in this committee about what we can do as Article 1 to direct Article 2 to respond to our desires. We've been talking a lot about what we can do to conduct this institution in a more bipartisan way. And given that we have two amendments here that will assert our Article 1 authority and independence, and two amendments here on nuclear waste that are wildly bipartisan in their support, I hope we will be able to make all four of these in order. I don't presuppose what that outcome will be on the floor of the House, but I think folks deserve their day in court. That is about it.
Thank you very much. Just before I come to Mr. Morelli, Mr. President, let me come back to you and follow up on Mr. Perlmutter's question. Your amendment would delete all funding for that office in Lebanon, is that right? Yes. How much is that? Because, I mean, you make a compelling case based on the events that you described, but I wonder, are we... You know what, I we're using a sledgehammer for a fly here. So,
That's the only thing that they understand. You've already been around here long enough to know that.
yeah.
I mean, talk doesn't mean anything, threats don't mean anything. The moral obligation to do the job that you are given obviously doesn't mean anything to them. The welfare of the children, which is their job to serve, they obviously could care less about. The only thing they understand is if you cut off their funding. And so I suspect that were this amendment even to get a hearing on the floor, the agency would suddenly have a renewed interest in the well-being of these children. I've seen that happen in the past many, many times. They might even start doing their job, but Mr. Chairman, to address your request, it's over $1.7 billion in security assistance, $2 billion in bilateral assistance to Lebanon, nearly $1.8 billion in humanitarian crisis would be the living share of it. Our share, I don't know that I wrote down what that, it's not the entire state. We're just trying to get the attention of the Office of Children's Issues within the State Department.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you much, Mr. Morelli. No further questions. Mr. Burgess, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Shimkus, I know you've been at this a long time, and I appreciate the work that you've put into this. If I recall correctly, in 2010, in the appropriations bills that finally passed that year, the funding for the licensing for Yucca Mountain was withdrawn. And that was largely under the direction of the then Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, who's from Nevada. And then you and I traveled there, probably March or April of the next year, and it literally was a ghost town, and it was kind of astounding that in that relatively short period of time that there'd been just the absolute cessation of all molecular motion. And as a consequence of that, I think we were told by the gentleman who was showing us around, who had to be kind of pulled out of retirement for a single day and put back on the federal government's payroll, that there was an attrition of this information that occurred during that 6-8 months lapse. So that was several years ago. What's sort of been the state of play of all of that information that they had put together for the licensing agreement when the funding was withdrawn in 2010?
Well, thank you for the question. Just another part of that historical discussion is the fact that the administration at the time illegally stopped the funding because there was an authorization and there was approved appropriation. Of course, then that was litigated in the federal courts, and that took a couple years. The litigants won, hence the final publication of the scientific evaluation report. Had they not won, we would have never seen this, right? So that's a couple years in the process. Here's the science. Yucca Mountain's safe for 1 million years. I believe it by the DOE and our labs and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So 10 years isn't going to matter if a location is viewed to be safe for 1 million years. 10-year delay is not even recorded on the time. So I think folks are ready to move. I think the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is ready to allow Nevada to have their day in court to debate the science. And again, the amendment is, that's all we're asking. If the Nuclear Regulatory Commission finds that Nevada's case is good, we walk away from all this. But that's what the law says, and I have no problem with that. What I have a problem is we have an authorized law, an authorized permanent law with a funding stream from ratepayers throughout this country, and that the federal government has decided not to comply with the law. That's one of the issues that motivates me in this debate.
And you know, several years ago when there was the earthquake in Japan and Fukushima was hit by a tidal wave, sort of brought forward one of the vulnerabilities for the on-site long-term nuclear storage and cooling pools when the pump stopped and the electricity went off. And there was, as I recall, in our committee, there was a great deal of consternation of what was going to happen to these rods that were in these cooling pools that were now deprived of water. Much better to have them in a long-term, stable storage environment, such as what's been envisioned at Yucca Mountain. Is that not correct?
Yeah, our spent fuel is located next to rivers, lakes, oceans, and streams because of get the water for the cooling aspects of that. The one place that I visited numerous times is between LA and San Diego, San Onofre. It's right on the Pacific Ocean. It's in the defined ring of fire, which means it's in the seismic zone. I think those people want that spent fuel moved. And I think for the interest of the public, that we should do that. But we have to get through the scientific debate before we even talk about building the thing and then having the transportation debate and all those other things.
So your amendment today is to complete the work on the licensing.
My amendment would give money to start the process to allow Nevada to question this science.
Okay. And again, the criticality, look, we had a committee hearing today in Energy and Commerce on, and it was 4 prior EPA administrators, and they all wanted to talk about carbon. And although carbon was not a criteria pollutant in the Clean Air Act, that's what we wanted to talk about today. I fail to understand how you can get to that zero carbon future that they're talking about if you don't include nuclear energy in the equation. Is there some fundamental point that I'm missing here?
No.
Thank you. Well, and I'll just say this, my hometown of Denton, Texas, has resolved to go to 100% renewable, very laudable. They get a lot of their energy from wind farms in West Texas. Obviously comes at a cost. It's a little more expensive than other types of generation. And we've now got these electrical poles and wires running crisscrossing the northern part of our city, which that's another cost that I don't know that people had actually considered. But you also need something to provide a base load if there's a drop-off in wind production in West Texas. And that does happen from time to time. So one of those base load suppliers is natural gas, but that concerns people because even though it's lower carbon than a coal plant, there's still carbon produced. So just a little south of us is Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant, and it produces electrons all day and all night, and not a single carbon atom is put out into the environment as a consequence. So again, I just fail to see how we could get to that zero net carbon future without including nuclear power as part of the armamentarium of what's ahead. I'll just also say that I did go with you to Nye County, and I think you had a town meeting there in Nye County, and it was bipartisan. You had members, I think Gene Green from Texas was part of that delegation, and what we heard from the residents at Nye County was they were anxious for Congress to do the work that they were required to do under the original authorizing statute and with the money that has been paid by the ratepayers of the United States. So thank you for bringing this amendment up here. I know you've done this several times. It's time to get this one done.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Ms. Shalala.
Yes, a question for Mr. Rooney. Does the DOD support the maintaining the moratorium? I know the Air Force does a lot of training out there.
The DOD, the base commanders, I better be careful here, okay? The DOD does support it, and we have this, let me do this here.
This is important.
We have a study that we will get you that was included in the NDNAA either last year or the year before, uses pretty strong language, but then again, there are people down in the Pentagon that are less assertive about the language maybe than some others. The closer you get to base commanders, I think the more intense language you'll see. We had a Florida delegation meeting last year. We had a base commander from Eglin speak very aggressively about it.
Well, I know all of us from the Florida delegation support this.
And I certainly appreciate it, and so does all of our fellow citizens.
On Lebanon, my concern about
Hey, we finally had a conversation. We were scheduled for follow-up conversations, and we're still trying to do that. The point is, the police over there will take no action to protect our children. And everyone in this room is from a state that's having child abduction, foreign child abduction. I mean, it's getting bigger and bigger. Justice Department doesn't have a standard that applies to all of them. Secretary, you know.
The incentive of taking away, I just am a little concerned about strengthening the Hezbollah by weakening the security forces there, but I get the point about someone's got to wake them up.
And this would, yeah, if we could just get this to the floor for debate, even if the amendment goes, we will start having children returned. I mean, they understand dollars. That's the only thing that seems to matter in this equation, unfortunately. Yeah, you understand how some of it works, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shalala and Mr. Desaulniers. No questions. All right, then we will excuse this panel. Thank you very much for your participation.
We're one chairman out, and I'm going to start working the second right here.
If we could have Mr. Davis, Mr. Roy, Mr. Yoho, Mr. Estes, and Ms. Jackson Lee. Without objection, anything you brought in writing that you want to have introduced into the record will be entered into the record. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Mr. Davis from Illinois, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I really appreciate being allowed to testify today on my amendment to Division A of H.R. 2740. I also want to thank the 21 co-sponsors who joined me in this effort. During my time in Congress, I've submitted many amendments, and without a doubt, this one has garnered the most support. With that said, I'm concerned that rumors that no further Division A amendments will be made in order following last night's committee action in which no members testified and 77 were approved. If this is true, I think it sets a terrible precedent and questions the openness of this process, and I certainly hope if it is that this committee will reconsider. Members of the U.S. House of Representatives have claimed that the administration is using funds to limit access to health care for individuals with pre-existing conditions. My amendment is simple. It prohibits this action. This issue is personal to me. My wife is now a 20-year colon cancer survivor. I want to ensure protections for people with pre-existing conditions like her. Nobody deserves to be denied access to health care coverage for a disease that they didn't ask to have in the first place. However, on numerous occasions this year, we've taken votes on the House floor that are designed to gain political points and would do nothing to actually preserve benefits for individuals with pre-existing conditions. In contrast, my amendment has the potential to reach the President's desk by being attached to must-pass legislation and ensure that these protections remain. While we may disagree on the Affordable Care Act, we all agree that individuals with pre-existing conditions should be protected. I wholeheartedly support doing everything possible to ensure these people are protected. If we share the same goal of protecting people with pre-existing health conditions, there's no reason that this amendment should not get a vote on the House floor. Every year we vote on appropriations amendments that specify how certain funds can or cannot be spent. This amendment is no different than those that consistently get signed into law, often with bipartisan support. I urge the chair and the ranking member to stand by our commitment to people like my wife Shannon and make this amendment in order. Thank you.
Mr. Roy, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank the chair, thank the members of the committee. I know it's a long process and appreciate the time, the opportunity to appear before you. I'm going to speak of amendments that I support, but first I'd like to echo a little bit of my concern about the process. Thought it was odd, and I'm just a freshman, so, you know, I'm trying to figure out everything, but it's odd that we voted on a rule today, and have not had the chance to debate these amendments thoroughly or appear before y'all before voting on the rule. That would seem a better process. I know we might have an additional rule, but I received some heat for objecting on the floor of the House of Representatives for a $19 billion bill on a Friday when no one was here. And the American people, for the most part in my district, have been quite supportive of that because they expect us to be here and vote. I think the process matters. The amendment that I've offered that I first want to talk about is an amendment regarding the Navigator program. In the bill, there's $100 million for the Navigator program to continue to promote the ACA and Obamacare. It would strike me that 10 years in, and now that there's, I don't know, half the United States Senate with a D after their name campaigning against Obamacare with their own different ideas, that maybe we don't need to be spending $100 million promoting a failed health care bill. It would strike me that while we're racking up about $100 million of debt per hour, to be a wise fiscal move to not spend $100 million promoting a health care bill that's not doing what it needs to do to provide an environment for competitive health care. And if we were going to do so, it would be nice if we were promoting and educating new and innovative approaches, like a lot of people in my district who are using direct primary care to end run the mess that Obamacare has created so that they can actually have access to the health care that they want to get. And so while we're spending $100 million promoting something that'd be more expensive, more complex than simple, I don't understand. I would also say that I appreciate that included in the rule was Representative Roby's amendment to strip the elimination of the administration's Protect Life Title 10 regulations. So I appreciate that has been included, and I certainly support that and being able to have a vote on it. And finally and lastly, on immigration and border security, there's a number of amendments that a lot of my colleagues have offered. I offered an amendment regarding Medicaid expenditures for those who are present in our country illegally. I think that we should include language that makes clear that Medicaid dollars will not be used for those who are here illegally. I have no doubt that I will be painted as, hard-hearted and evil about those who are here illegally, which, of course, could be not further from the truth. I just happen to think that it is a magnet that continues to create a pressure valve to cause people to continue to come here illegally, which is bad both for the United States, our sovereignty, and the migrants who seek to come here, while we have literally women and children being raped today on the journey while we bury our head in the sand, doing nothing to secure our border. While we do nothing but now put a bill on the floor that has expenditures in it that have nothing that's going to do to actually improve the security of the border, and in fact is now going to be removing dollars that would be available to put security measures at the border and to do what's necessary to ensure that our border is secure. I certainly support my friend from Missouri, Jason Smith's amendment that would strike the language that would prevent interagency information sharing about unaccompanied alien children. I happen to be a Republican who voted to subpoena members of the administration because I was concerned about what happened with respect to unaccompanied alien, the separation of children from their parents. And that's something I would like to know more about because we shouldn't get that wrong. But I do think that this is absurd, and it's the height of absurdity for us to be including language in here that's going to make it more difficult for information to be shared from DHS, DOJ, and HHS to be able to do the job of ensuring we know who's where. And all under this sort of false notion that it's being designed to be able to target individuals as opposed to have the information necessary to do our job. The problem that was being dealt with was the fact that we were overrun at our border, where we have too many people to be able to process. We're spending not a single dollar in this appropriations process to deal with that, not $1. We got a $4.4 billion request from the administration for a supplemental. We're not going to have beds in July. We're not dealing with it now. And we're going to actually make it impossible to share information and then complain and criticize the administration about how we're housing the children and the families. It just strikes me as completely absurd that this is how we're handling the process. And I would think that we would at least have the ability to debate this on the floor of the House of Representatives, in the people's house, instead of going through this process where we come in and talk about it and 6 people listen and then we go down and we give a speech and we say that we did something. It sure strikes me that we ought to have an actual debate about how we're handling security at the border of the United States. Finally, I would say that I support a number of other amendments. I won't go through them all, but it strikes me as absurd that we have language in this bill that prevent construction of the border wall. A just basic look at what's happening at the border in Texas will tell you that where we have physical infrastructure in place, we have less flow. And right now, 144,000 people were apprehended in May. 144,000. It is an unimaginable number. We have women and children being abused. We have 54 people found in a stash house in Houston. My friend from Texas over here represents Houston. We have 54 people in a stash house being held hostage to pay cartels back. Cartels have operational control of our border. $2 billion they made, the cartels, moving people across our border, and we're doing not a thing about it, not one thing. As this week we appropriate more taxpayer money. And by the way, appropriate that money at a level we can't sustain. And yet here we are on a path to spend more than we've got, bust the caps further, hang more debt around our kids' necks, and do nothing about securing our border. So I support all of these amendments that my colleagues have offered and appreciate the time for the committee.
Gentleman yields back. Appreciate all the opinions you have just presented to us, Mr. Roy. One thing I want to disabuse you and Mr. Davis of, we're going to consider other amendments. Some of yours may get through, some of them may not. Okay? But there's nothing wrong with us allowing amendments that we know are going to be made in order to be part of the original rule. The Republicans did that when they had control of this Rules Committee. They had the majority here. So we'll see how the chips fall as to the balance of these. We know those other 77 or 80 or however many there were, we're going to be made in order, and we can get going on those. So, Mr. Yoho, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Outside of the Foreign Affairs Committee, this is the second most important committee on the Hill, because if it doesn't come through here, it doesn't get anywhere, and I appreciate that. As you guys know, the world's going through a tremendous flux in foreign policy and conflicts brewing around the world, and we're being challenged. We've never been challenged since World War II with the tectonic shift in world powers that are rising. I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and this is something I'm very passionate about. And so I appreciate the opportunity of the ranking member and the chairman allowing me to come in to present these. U.S. foreign assistance is a powerful diplomatic tool that, when utilized correctly, can build strong U.S. allies. That was one of the impetuses behind the BUILD Act that passed bipartisanly last year. And what I've realized since my time in this institution, is that the right word? This institution is the bipartisanship that is needed to get lasting effects to legislation that'll last beyond us and leave a legacy for this nation. As I said, U.S. foreign assistance is a powerful diplomatic tool. However, of the top 14 recipients in 2016 of U.S. foreign assistance, only Israel voted for us over 50% of the time in the UN. And this is Amendment 63, which would be in the state and foreign ops appropriation or language. And additionally, since 2000, about 95% of UN member states that receive U.S. foreign assistance have voted against the U.S. most of the time in the UN. And so what this bill would say, it would limit the people that vote against the United States more than 50% of the time, or 60% of the time, that we need to pull their funding on foreign aid. Again, I came up here to get rid of foreign aid, but I realize we can. It's a strong diplomatic tool. But when we have put billions and billions of dollars into good governance and programs for good governance through the Democracy Institutes, through rule of law, through economies, through infrastructure, and we're going backwards, and then these countries turn around and vote against us, I think it's time that we change our game plan. Amendment 64, I'll leave this language with you. This amendment moves $5 million from contributions from the International Peacekeeping Overseas Contingency Fund to international narcotics control and law enforcement. The language number is written here, and the authorization for that, or the mechanism for doing that. The intention of this is to help Mexico secure their shared border with Guatemala in order to combat narco trafficking. So it can be moved from one narco trafficking to another. By securing this border, U.S. can help stop the flow of narcotics through Central and South America before it gets to the Mexican cartel machines. Which incidentally, we just came back from a trip to Colombia, and we met with President Duque and DEA down there. Over 80% of the cocaine that's produced comes to the U.S. market. We definitely have a consumption problem, but there's no reason that we shouldn't help block the supply routes. This would help do that. In addition, 93% of the heroin that enters the United States comes through Mexico. Amendment 65, this amendment strikes the provision that would pay the UN peacekeeping debts at the United Nations. This is actually against the 25% contribution caps that is already in statute. Further, this amendment also strikes the section that seeks to retroactively raise U.S. to UN contribution caps even more. Even without this provision, the United States is one of the largest donors to the UN at large, contributing to 22% of its operating budget. While peacekeeping can be beneficial, the U.S. should not have to contribute more than their fair share, particularly when the amount listed above is the statutory limit, 22% is. And so this would just strike this from going to 25%. Thank you for your time.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Rules Committee about the importance of water reclamation projects. Specifically, I want to speak in favor of Amendment 48 to Division E. You know, millions of people and businesses throughout our country are able to enjoy a stable water supply thanks to this vital infrastructure. One of those projects is in the Equisbeds Aquifer Recharge, Storage, and Recovery Project in Wichita, Kansas. The Equisbeds provide the main water supply for nearly 500,000 people in Wichita and surrounding areas. In addition to serving the citizens, it's vital for businesses and farms throughout the entire region. That includes cities such as Wichita, Halstead, Newton, Hutchinson, McPherson, Valley Center, and others. The Equisbeds become a key component of Wichita's integrated local water supply plan in 1993, when it was determined that the city's water supply would not meet demand by the year 2015. Thankfully, since its implementation, the Equisbeds Aquifer has been recharged with 2.5 billion gallons of water to continue meeting the region's needs. Clearly, water reclamation projects like the Equisbeds are critical to sustaining the economy and quality of life in Wichita and throughout our country. Today, I ask that the committee accept this amendment to H.R. 2740 to increase support in the bill for water reclamation projects like the Equisbeds Aquifer. I look forward to committee's consideration of the amendment and am happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank the committee for its courtesies, and Chairman, thank you so very much. I'll briefly go through my amendments, thanking the committee for amendments that have been previously acknowledged and made in order. I start specifically with an amendment under Division C that increases research regarding breast cancer up to $10 million, with a particular focus on triple-negative breast cancer. I am both a mother, a sister, and a breast cancer survivor. This amendment has passed in the 115th and 114th Congress. However, our work is not yet done. This will allow for additional research. We have determined that more women died or were secured breast cancer in the military than were injured in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan for a period of time. This will clearly help both men and women in the United States military. It's important to take note of the fact that triple-negative breast cancer accounts for between 13 and 25% of all breast cancer in the United States. Onset is at a younger age. It is more aggressive and is more likely to metastasize. Currently, 70% of women with metastatic triple-negative breast cancer do not live more than 5 years after being diagnosed. I hope my colleagues would support this amendment. African-American women have prevalence of TNBC of 26% versus 16% in non-African-American women. However, it impacts women across the board, including Anglo, Caucasian, Hispanic, and Asian women as well. I ask my colleagues to support that amendment. Just a few weeks ago, as many of us do, I met with a retired battalion, if you will, that comes together of individuals who were experiencing PTSD. I worked with the late Congressman Murtha some many years ago to establish a PTSD center in my congressional district. This amendment asks for an increase for defense health care for PTSD by $5 million. These funds should be used toward outreach activities targeting hard-to-reach veterans, especially those who are homeless or reside in underserved urban and rural areas. Out of the meeting with those soldiers who were experiencing PTSD, I also introduced legislation called the Buddy Battle Bill, which is to ensure that returning soldiers had buddies to check on them because of the increasing rate of suicide. My efforts in PTSD is to respond to that. In an instance, a suicide bomber, an IED, or an insurgent can obliterate a best friend right in front of your face. Many of these soldiers are young, but they're experiencing it 10 years later, 15 years later. So I'd ask my colleagues to support this amendment that increases the account of $5 million to ensure outreach and care for those suffering from PTSD. Just a note, 7.8% of Americans will experience PTSD, and it really deals around traumatic event, and obviously we know there's a number of traumatic events around war. Estimates of PTSD from the Gulf War are as high as 10%, from the war in Afghanistan between 6 and 11%. Current estimates of PTSD in military personnel who served in Iraq range from 12 to 20%. And I appreciate my colleagues supporting that. My other amendment, amendment number 19, in Division A, allocates $2 million to provide the Secretary of Defense flexibility to encourage women-to-women cooperation, women military, domestic, to international women in other countries, and in particular, that is to help them combat violence as a weapon of war, terrorism, human trafficking, narcotics trafficking, and sex trafficking. And having spent time with women in Afghanistan, I can assure you that the work of women in the United States military working with others in the military in other countries have been enormously effective. I conclude my remarks by indicating my support for amendments that would focus funding on the high mortality, maternity mortality rates that particularly plague African American women, Hispanic and Native American women, and we're asking $2 million for that, and as well to hopefully recognizing that every person should have the right to serve in the United States military, willing to lay their life down. And so I have an amendment that does not want to see implemented presidential memorandum entitled Military Service by Transgender Individuals, many of them constituents of all of us who certainly love this country. Finally, we've made great strides with diversifying the Foreign Service, and I'd like to emphasize funding to the Charles B. Rangel International Affairs Program and the USAID Donald M. Payne International Program, the late Donald Payne and the retired Charlie Rangel, who've done a great job on helping us do that. I ask the Rules Committee to consider these amendments. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I know we have some individuals who have questions. Mr. Morelli, your questions for this panel. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Davis, on amendment number 4 that you referred to, and I looked at the amendment, which doesn't really help give me any more detail, but essentially prevent any funds in the bill from being used to limit access to health care for anyone with pre-existing medical conditions. What dollars are in here that you believe would go to anyone without a protection for a pre-existing medical condition?
Well, that's been part of my problem, because I've been told by many members of Congress from predominantly your side of the aisle, Mr. Morelli, have said that the president, through his administration, is using dollars to help limit access to pre-existing condition coverage. I don't think it's true, but let's make sure it's not true by limiting any dollars that could go.
So you don't have any information about a federal program or federal dollars which go to a program which does not provide protections?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I believe the administration is doing what they can to protect people with pre-existing conditions. And we have not seen any limitation from this administration. But if you think there is some, or somebody else does anywhere around here, then let's make sure no dollars go toward it.
Well, many of the things that are regulated by the federal government don't necessarily have federal dollars as part of it, so that wouldn't offer any additional protections. If you say short-term health insurance policies who don't receive federal dollars are allowed, and they allow for without, and they exist without those protections, this wouldn't benefit them in any way.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, my goal is to protect pre-existing condition coverage for every single American. And it's to make sure that we don't have political debates that confuse the issue when it comes to pre-ex coverage. I would say make my amendment in order, and I'm happy to talk about where we can work with the administration, where we can work in a bipartisan way to actually protect pre-X coverage for every American.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include the statement of administration policy. Administration says if this bill in its current form were presented to the president, his advisors would recommend veto. So I hope we will be able to make these amendments in order to improve upon the bill. And Mr. Davis, to yours
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To your amendment in particular, I hope we will find a way to make that happen. To Mr. Morelli's point, I don't know where to go to find a line item that folks are using. But what I like about these prohibition amendments is you can't promulgate a regulation, you can't send out an emissary, you can't do anything if we put a restrictive amendment like yours in there that would undermine pre-existing condition protection. The fear that people have can't be taken back, and your amendment would do more to stop that fear than any other. I hope we will make it in order. If we don't, I'll offer it myself up here and require a vote upon it because I think it's that important. But I hope we'll make all of these amendments in order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. And also, Mr. Chair, thank you for clarifying the process. I appreciate that.
Ms. Shalala.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis, in fact, the administration, by promulgating short-term health care plans and it's intervening in the Texas case, is spending government money to eliminate pre-existing conditions. Your bill actually is interesting to me because it probably would prevent the administration from using any resources, including regulations, to fund a plan or to give permission to a state for a plan that had annual limits or charge people more for pre-existing conditions. Because if you have annual limits or if you charge people more, you are in fact, according to your words, limiting access to health care for anyone with pre-existing conditions. So I'd be happy to go through the administration's initiatives and identify for you where this administration is actually spending money on preventing people with pre-existing conditions from getting access to health care.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, my colleague, Ms. Shalala, obviously with your experience at the agency, I appreciate your comments, and I certainly look forward to you voting yes to make this amendment in order.
Yeah, thank you. I'm getting more and more intrigued by the amendment the more I hear about it. Mr. Davis, is that your intention to prevent limitations on people's ability to get health insurance in the way that Ms. Shalala just described?
You know, Mr. Raskin, as we serve together on the House Administration Committee, you know my intentions are simplistic right here, is to protect pre-existing condition coverage. And at the same time, I certainly hope that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle will do everything we can to help those that have pre-existing conditions be able to afford coverage that they now can't afford if they were diagnosed or re-diagnosed with a pre-X.
Right.
So this is a great starting point, and I certainly hope the questions that we have in place here, the many questions that are being raised by you, Ms. Shalala, Mr. Morelli, I certainly hope that we can get an amendment like this in order, because then it opens up the debate of what we truly are doing to protect all Americans with pre-existing condition coverage. Because frankly, what's being said in the media right now is just not true in many cases, and we've got to do everything we can to make sure it happens.
Well, I mean, the reason I ask is because Ms. Shalala was suggesting that there were certain junk plans which the administration has been supporting, which actually limit the ability of people who have pre-existing conditions to get coverage. And so if you mean this as an incursion against those plans, then I'm for it. And as long as what she's describing is consistent with your legislative intent, then I think this would be an irresistible amendment.
Well, I hope it's irresistible when you take the vote, Mr. Raskin.
But I mean, just to clarify the legislative intent, it would be your intent to limit those plans.
It's my intent
the junk plans.
It's my intent to protect pre-existing condition coverage and make sure that we do everything we can to make plans affordable, because certainly right now that they are not. And too many times that we've seen the political rhetoric step to the forefront rather than good policy. And we've been told that somehow in a process, states are going to request waivers that are going to somehow be granted by the big boogeyman and at HHS and take away pre-existing condition coverage, when certainly what we're trying to do, Jamie.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt this wonderful debate between you two, but we have votes Time has expired. I'm going to ask the panel to come back as Mr. Desaulniers may have some questions. I know Mr. Burgess has some questions. So we will stand in recess, come back up here immediately after votes. Rules Committee will come back to order. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, and thanks to our panel for returning. As Mr. Davis and Mr. Roy and Mr. Perlmutter explained the process by which we're working up here, I just want to stress, when I was a freshman, all of our appropriations bills were considered under open rules. So any member of Congress who had something that was not legislating on an appropriations bill, who wanted to be heard, was able to do that. And actually, the Rules Committee hearing, I don't know because I didn't attend many when I was a freshman, but they were probably pretty perfunctory. The rule was debated, and then the amendments were just simply listed, and anyone could go down to the floor during general debate when that part of they would read the appropriations bill. When you got to that line in the appropriations bill where your amendment would be germane, sought the attention of the speaker and say, I have an amendment at the desk, and you could proceed. And somewhere along the way, that was lost. Speaker Boehner probably at fault for some of that because there were amendments that were offered that, quite honestly, the Republican majority at the time felt were poison pill amendments. Mr. Obey, when the Democrats were in charge previous time, actually suspended all open rules because of what he considered to be dilatory tactics on the part of the Republicans, and that, I guess, is one of the risks of having an open rule. But on the other hand, if you want everyone to be able to have their say on how the nation's money is spent, that is the appropriate way to approach this. So I get it. When you're in the majority, you obviously need to make the trains run on time and you need to get the bills across the floor. This is a terrible way to legislate, to put these bills all together. Every one of us should be able to put our cards in and say yes or no to the nation's defense. Every one of us should be able to put our cards in and say yes or no to Homeland Security. Instead, we've got this, well, in surgery, we used to call it grimace ball. So we've got this grimace ball of a bill that is going to come to the floor. Not as bad as some of the big omnibus bills that we've had in the past, but still, it's a big bill. I do, Mr. Davis, I'm grateful that you've brought your amendment. Limitation amendment can be very, very powerful. We had on the previous panel people concerned about offshore drilling, and the way offshore drilling was restricted for years and years was because putting an amendment on an appropriations bill as the bill came through to the floor. And so your amendment, if made in order and voted on the House, yeah, there might be some downstream ramifications, but at the same time, if it's something that we all believe, it's something that we should all be able to vote for or against. I think it is a particularly wise tactic that you've pursued here, and it would allow every single member of this House of Representatives. We're not talking about phantoms. We're not talking about 1332 waivers and 1332 waivers that were part of Obamacare that I never voted for, but other people did. But now they're worried about how the Secretary is going to interpret the 1332 waiver that we included in the Affordable Care Act, but by the way, didn't actually become relevant until January of 2017. Nobody understands why the language in the underlying Affordable Care Act was the way it was. So your amendment, I think, does a lot to sort of put that on the right path and give each and every one of us a chance to be heard on that. And Mr. Roy, I will tell you, having been back down to the lower Rio Grande Valley sector a couple of weeks ago, my ninth or 10th trip down there, Starr County does not have one stick of barrier on an international border. And as you correctly point out, that is the area where, no, not all of the 144,000 people who came through last month, but there are a significant number of people who traverse the international border in that area. And the reason they do is because it's easy and there is no barrier to the traffic. And the fact that we would prohibit the use of any funding in this omnibus minibus bill that we're considering would prohibit the use of any funding in this bill for providing a barrier on the southern border. I mean, it just makes no sense, given what you and I both know is the reality. And I will tell you, I went down to the Border Patrol Station in McAllen, Texas, right at the end of May, and it was as bad as I have ever seen it. And I wish I had the words to express what I saw there that day. I'm not good enough, I'm not articulate enough to paint the picture for people to see and understand just how desperate that situation is. Chief Garza, who showed me around that day, literally his men and women who work there are at the brink. They're emotionally exhausted from what they've been asked, the work they've been asked to do for these many months with no help, no supplemental coming, as you pointed out, no supplemental dollars coming through. Yeah, it may happen some point in the next couple of weeks, but guess what? They're out of money today. ORR, the Office of Refugee Resettlement, Department of Health and Human Services, Casa Padre, I went there too. They are more than capacity. They're doing a great job with what we've asked them to do, but they're tapped out. They're out of funds. And we need to be stepping up and providing those funds. But as you and I both know, the changes to the asylum laws are not going to be part of this discussion today. The legislation that would provide legislative language that would deal with the Flores settlement and the consent decree from 1996, that's not going to be part of the discussion today. I tried to offer an amendment to deal with asylum on the bill that we did last week on the so-called DACA and Dreamers, and was roundly criticized by the other side of the dais for trying to interfere, attempting to interfere in the asylum process. But we all know if we don't fix that, we don't fix any problem. But I thank our witnesses for providing us the opportunity to think about these things in a little more detail. Mr. Roy will also say we did have a hearing in Energy and Commerce on the issue of navigators versus brokers in the insurance industry. I don't have the dollar figure. It's astounding how inexpensive it is to have an insurance broker. Agents and brokers can provide this service very, very inexpensively. Navigators provide the same service at like 1,000 times the cost. And it really was just a dramatic difference. And I apologize for not having those numbers at my ready recall, but you're precisely right on your amendment that would prohibit the use of the $100 million for navigator funding. But I'll be happy to hear any additional thoughts that either of you have.
If I may, really quickly, again, I want to be mindful of everybody's time. I know it's a long day and appreciate the time of the committee. I very much do. On your point about open process, I just think we should vote. I think we should get back to an open process. I think Republicans are at fault. I think Democrats are at fault. I think we should just get back to an open process and be more inclined to vote. I think the American people want that. That's why I objected when I did on that Friday. And we'll do it again in the same environment, in the same situation. I just think we should vote. I think the Senate is profoundly broken, and I think the House is profoundly broken, and that we should get back to that. Again, that is not a partisan statement. With respect to the border, I do just implore my colleagues to look at what's actually happening. And then for us to get away from the partisanship of sitting in the corners and just say, these are human beings. And I understand that reasonable people can disagree about how many people should be coming across our border or how we handle asylum. But if we think that it is a good environment to have people flooding across our border the way it is currently happening, while the cartels are making profit doing it, I think that is so misguided, and it is the opposite of compassionate. We've got to find a way. If we want to raise our legal numbers, let's have that debate. If we want to make it to where the ports of entry are better able to deal with people coming and claiming asylum, when right now immigration judges are only clearing about 10 to 12%. Once they get through that process and they get to an immigration judge, it's about 10 to 12%. But instead, right at the gate, we've got people that are then clogging the system because they're claiming asylum. We catch and release under Flores, and as you rightly point out, we're not addressing that now. And by the way, this bill actually, as I understand it, would actually make it worse. It actually tries to box out fixing Flores. In other words, we're taking all the steps in the wrong direction. trying to prohibit communication between DHS and DOJ and HHS on dealing with the unaccompanied, or dealing, I'm sorry, with the child separation policy issue. I just don't understand it. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't get it. I don't know why we're not just sitting in a room without the 5-minute intervals, and let's just all roll our sleeves up and stop going to the, well, okay, you know what I mean though, in committee. And I don't want to do that for mindful of your time. But I meant in a broader sense, not here. I meant in general, right? No, I get it. But, you know, when we go to our committees and we do
That's
that.
why we love the Rules Committee. No clock in the
Or
Rules
not, I
Committee.
know. Well, I'll stop
As-
talking. But I do think that's what we ought to do. And just get in a room and talk about it. I've said it. We get it. I just think we ought to do that. These are, in fact, human beings. And there are people getting abused because we're not doing our job. And yes, I believe, and I think there's some disagreement between the parties here, I believe that it is breaking our system. Schools in Texas, hospitals in Texas, and throughout the country, that the numbers are so extraordinary. I just don't know where we're going to go with this. The 144,000, I mean, we've had 600 and something thousand since September, and that number just keeps going up. And that's just those that are apprehended. So I would just implore the committee that you know, we've got a job to do, and some of the stuff here is related, some of it isn't. We're going to deal with DHS later, but it's not just DHS. HHS is the one that's got this problem right now, and I don't believe that we're addressing the issue in it. So with that, I'll yield.
I'm through lauding Rodney Davis for bringing his amendment, but I think it's a good amendment, and it should be made in order, and the committee should so report, and I'll yield back.
And it was, you and I talked about a little bit as we were going down to the floor, just in your amendment number 63, you had a limitation on funding for those countries that vote against the United States more than 60% of the time in the UN. I think that was it, right? So, and I was just curious what kind of money we were talking about there.
As we talked about.
Yeah, your microphone, I'm sorry, sir.
As we talked about, you know, the money we spend on foreign aid is under 1% is what routinely gets reported. So it's not a large amount of money, but it's a signal it sends. If we're going to assist these countries and they routinely vote against us, the UN has no enforcement mechanism. They have no teeth. And it's just like the Security Council, when 12 nations voted to put sanctions on North Korea, that they would all come together. Russia and China ignored them. And so these other countries follow suit on other issues. And we spent billions and billions of dollars over the last decades in foreign aid going to countries for rule of law, lack of, you know, decreasing corruption. And we give this money and nothing changes. Nicaragua, we just had a hearing today. Daniel Ortega is basically a dictator, communist dictator, and we're still giving foreign aid there and they vote against us. So I think it's a signal that if we send out, because as what I said in the opening was the world's dividing. You know, we have Western democracies and you have what China's offering. And this is something that I think we need to get countries' attention to say that we will stand with you as we have over the decades, but we expect a different performance out of you. Not to force them, but to give them that choice that they would have to make. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, did you have any questions? Okay. I just want to thank this panel for the testimony. Thank you for coming back after votes. And you can now leave and go do whatever you want to do. I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record statements from Mr. Rokana, Ms. Eshu, Mr. Carson, Mr. Foster, Mr. Engel, and Ms. Jackson Lee for those things she didn't talk about when she was on the panel.
I don't have any objections, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to also add the statement of Mr. Chris Stewart at the top.
And the statement of Mr. Stewart without objection. Those will be entered. I'd like to call up Mr. Burgess, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Barr, and Mr. Carter as our next panel. Mr. Burgess, you can stay put. as you choose. Although it was fun when Mr. Cole went down there. It was interesting. Mr. Burgess, you're recognized for your testimony.
Well, thank you. There's a number of amendments that I'd like to address. First one is amendment number 184 to Division A of Labor, Health, and Human Services by Mr. Davis of Illinois. This is Danny Davis, not Rodney Davis. And this amendment provides $2 million for public health approach to blood disorders program for sickle cell disease that will support the CDC sickle cell disease surveillance program. As many in the Congress are aware, last October, sickle cell disease act was reauthorized. This was a reauthorization of a bill that first was passed in 1972. This was the first standalone reauthorization in as long as I've been here. And the important thing is that there are some significant changes, some significant improvements, some significant breakthroughs that are occurring in the treatment of sickle cell disease. So with the fact that we recently passed this reauthorization, now is the time to provide the additional funding. Francis Collins was on the Francis Collins was quoted as saying we're very close to a cure, so Mr. Davis's amendment is one that's worthy of our consideration. Amendment number 3 to Division C from the Department of Defense. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from entering into new contracts as authorized by the Military Housing Privatization Initiative. Privatized military housing contracts were initially authorized to help the military improve the quality of life for service members, but recent reporting has revealed that some of the conditions have deteriorated and even led to health issues for some residents, including children. This amendment does not aim to end this program, to put a temporary stay on new privatized military housing contracts, the idea being we must improve the condition and management of current projects. Next amendment is number 7 to Division C, Department of Defense, and amendment number 9 to Division E in Energy and Water. I'll do these together because they're both very similar. These amendments strike language in the bill that would prohibit funds from being used to construct border security infrastructure along our southern border. You heard the comments and the conversation between Mr. Roy and myself. There's clearly a humanitarian and security crisis on our southern border. Customs and Border Protection is strained by the enormous number of border crossing each day. These amendments would strike 2 provisions in this bill that specifically prohibit funding for border infrastructure, and I hope that both sides can agree that we need to finally accept this crisis at face value and face it head on. Amendment number 3 to the State Foreign Operations Appropriation, Division D. This amendment reduces funding for El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras by an amount equal to the number of unaccompanied alien children from each country that were referred to the Office of Refugee Resettlement Custody in the preceding fiscal year, multiplied by $30,000. On average, the total cost of care for unaccompanied alien children in ORR custody is $30,000. For the past 5 fiscal years, over 255,000 children from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras have been referred to ORR custody. For the fiscal years 2015 through 2019, Congress has provided approximately $3 billion in foreign assistance for Central America, yet American taxpayers are spending $1.3 billion per year to take care of children from these countries. If we want to stop the crisis on our southern border, we do need to hold accountable the leaders of those countries for taking care of their children. Money talks, and charging these countries for the care of their children will incentivize their central governments to better serve their citizens. In fact, we should not charge the American taxpayer twice for taking care of someone else's children. This amendment will provide a real, tangible monetary incentive to these countries to combat factors driving irregular migration. Amendment number 41 to Division D in State Foreign Ops. This amendment would allow foreign assistance for central governments of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras that isn't released by the Secretary of State to be reprogrammable to non-governmental entities in those countries providing the services that directly benefit the residents of those countries. In this bill, the Secretary of State is directed to withhold 50% of available funds for El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras unless specific conditions are certified. For example, the central governments are cooperating to combat corruption, supporting programs to reduce poverty, creating an accountable police force, and working with local communities. If these conditions cannot be certified, available funds may be reprogrammed to other Latin American countries, and this amendment would allow 50% of reprogrammable funds, 25% of the overall available, to go towards non-governmental institutions in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras that are working outside of the government structure to directly benefit the people. I did travel down to these countries myself last August. I saw firsthand USAID. I've sometimes been critical of USAID, but I think they're doing a good job in those countries. In fact, I think it would be less expensive to fund the activities of USAID directly in those countries rather than then have to pay for the care of children that have been dislocated by irregular migration. The bottom line is, and we know this in Washington, we heard it testified in another panel, if you're going to make it important to people, you need to make it about their money. And this does make it about their money. And if they will provide the services that their people need on the ground, then they have nothing about which to be concerned. But failing that, the money would be reprogrammed to non-governmental organizations in those countries to provide care for those children. Finally, amendment number 6 to Division E, Energy and Water Division. This amendment would reduce the appropriations in Division E by 5%. There are many programs within Division E that have wide bipartisan support, but our national debt is over $22 trillion and climbing. The current legislation before us is only adding to that debt. Let's work to improve this legislation in a bipartisan, bicameral effort to ensure that we fund the programs that we need today while not having our children pay for them tomorrow. I hear 2 words, support for this amendment for the 5% across the board. Got it. And I am happy to have your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Calvin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk a little bit about the INF today. Earlier this year, in lockstep with our NATO allies, the U.S. determined that Russia is in material breach of the INF treaty. As one of only 2 parties to the agreement and the only party currently playing by the rules, the U.S. is subject to severe restrictions in our military capabilities that are faced by no other nation on earth. We all sat in the chamber, a very positive speech from Secretary General NATO, and talked about calling out Russia for its violation of the INF treaty as a positive step forward. But the problem now that we're the only party abiding by the agreement is especially acute in Asia, where the U.S. must project power across vast distances and with enormous logistics change. China understands the utility of these systems, which is why the People's Liberation Army has invested in thousands of ground-based missiles, roughly 95% of which would be prohibited by the treaty if Beijing were party to it, which it is not. So this arsenal that they've developed puts us on the wrong side of the cost competition, which means that no matter how capable or affordable our ships, our fighters, our bombers are, they will never be cheaper than China's ground-based missiles. This is, in short, a recipe for disaster in both wartime and peaceful competition. So 2 years ago, Congress began R&D funding for ground-based intermediate range missiles, roughly those with ranges between 500 and 5,500 kilometers. Now the United States is months away from a post-INF world, but Congress is threatening to undo this progress by zeroing out R&D for these purely conventional missile systems. To be clear, early-stage R&D on intermediate missiles is allowable under the treaty now. So even if you disagree with the administration's decision to pull out of the treaty, because Russia, again, is not abiding by it, we're going beyond that in this move. It's why we've been doing R&D for over the past 2 years. So this appropriations bill takes a step beyond that, beyond what is mandated by the agreement. It not only keeps us unilaterally tied to a treaty that no one else is honoring, but it expands the scope of our commitment by blocking R&D funding. Mr. Chairman, this is insanity. No other conventional weapons system would ever be held to the standard. We wouldn't do it for planes. We wouldn't do it for ships. We wouldn't do it for tanks, yet we're doing it for missiles that would provide credible, dispersed, and lethal firepower. I would urge you to go talk to the men and women of Indo-Pacific Command who are on a daily basis dealing with the real-world ramifications of an increasingly unfavorable conventional military balance. Admiral Davidson has testified multiple times to this effect, and on the utility of putting intermediate-range missiles in Asia. The bipartisan team at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments found that it would be a huge game changer. And so my amendment would simply reverse the zeroing out of the R&D funding for intermediate-range missiles. To me, this is a no-brainer. By zeroing out that funding, we are undermining our ability to credibly deter aggression. We are negating one of the biggest opportunities we've opened up in the next 2 years to get more defense at less cost, which is something all of us want. And whatever you think about nuclear weapons, these cuts make them actually, ironically, tragically, more important to American defense planning, not less, by reducing our options to restore growing imbalances in conventional power. And this is a mistake I fear will cost the United States in more ways than one. And so I urge the committee to find my amendment in order and to allow the House a debate on this pressing issue on restoring funding for intermediate range missile R&D. And with that, I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Barr.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good to be with you all. And Mr. Perlmutter, good to see you outside of the Financial Services Committee and your perch here in the Rules Committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify before the committee today regarding my amendments to H.R. 2740. This piece of legislation covers vitally important issues such as health care, funding for armed forces, and levels of foreign aid funding, among others. And it's incumbent on members of this committee to allow for good bipartisan amendments to the appropriations process. As you will see, 3 of my amendments work to deal with the growing problem of anti-Semitism in this country and around the world, and ensuring that American tax dollars are not used to support organizations or individuals who participate in discriminatory activity against the Jewish people because of their race or religion. My amendment to the State Foreign Operations and Related Agencies Division, Amendment 67 to Division D, states that none of the funds in this act may be made available to any non-governmental organization, contractor, or grantee that participates in anti-Semitism. This should be a non-controversial amendment. The House of Representatives earlier this year voted 240-0 on an amendment condemning anti-Semitism. A report last year by the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights reported that 89% of respondents in 2018, in a survey in 2018, felt that anti-Semitism increased in their country in the 5 years before the survey, and more than 85% considered it to be a serious problem. Another report by the Cantor Center at Tel Aviv University showed a 13% increase in major violent anti-Semitic incidents from 2017 to 2018 worldwide. With this bill containing over $2 billion of increases in funding for the State Department and other international programs, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ensure that our tax dollars are not inadvertently directed to any anti-Semitic groups or organizations. In addition to my amendment barring federal funding from going to anti-Semitic organizations or grantees, my other amendment to the State Foreign Ops and Related Agencies Division, Amendment 68 to Division D, increases State Department and Foreign Service funding by $1 million in order to carry out increased vetting that ensures funds are not used to support entities that participate in or display anti-Semitic activity. Opportunities where organizations like the Palestinian Agricultural Relief Committees or MIFTA, who display anti-Semitic activity while receiving U.S. funding in the past, must be stopped in the future, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And finally, I'm also proud to co-sponsor an amendment introduced by my colleague, Mr. Zeldin of New York, that prohibits funding from going to organizations that participate in the dangerous boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign against Israel. I was recently in Israel and reminded of how critical our alliance is with that country, our most important ally in the region. In fact, last month, over 400 members of Congress from the House and the Senate, Democrat and Republican, signed a letter to President Trump regarding the United States Syria policy, stating that, quote, the U.S. should continue to oppose international efforts to isolate and weaken Israel, unquote. This amendment is in line with this sentiment and prevents the possibility of funding from going to organizations that want to hurt Israel. And finally, in conclusion, let me just make this additional personal observation from my trip to Israel in February. Fighting BDS against the state of Israel is not just important for the people of Israel and the Jewish people. It's also important, frankly, for the Palestinians, for the Arabs that live in Israel and live in the West Bank or Samaria. I visited the Barkan Industrial Zone, where for 50 years, Jewish people and Arab people have worked together in peace for the most part, working typically, but not always, under in Jewish-owned businesses in Samaria, in the West Bank. Sometimes they're Arab-owned businesses, but they work together for a common purpose. And when we allow BDS to go undeterred, what that does is put these Jewish-owned businesses out of business, and guess who suffers? It's not just Jews, it's also Arabs, it's also Palestinians who see their livelihood taken away from them because of BDS. So we need to encourage the integration of Arabs and Jews in places like Samaria, living in peace, working together in harmony in for-profit enterprises, and end this anti-Semitic BDS movement. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have. Yield back.
Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'll continue on. I have an amendment. In fact, I have three, but I'll begin with the one that deals with BDS because my colleague has just been talking about it. My amendment is very straightforward. It increases diplomatic funding in order to support Department of State staff and carrying out the requirements to ensure funds in this bill aren't provided to entities participating in BDS acts. Mr. Chairman, as with past years, the Appropriations Committee has included report language that addresses the aggressive and harmful actions of boycott, divestment, and sanctions actions against Israel and its people. This language is important for a number of reasons, including recognizing the harmful effects this has on an ally and strong democracy in the Middle East, but also because it recognizes that the federal government has a role to play in preventing taxpayer money from going towards these actions seeking to delegitimize Israel. It's no secret the horrific actions the Jewish people face in the 20th century and the ongoing threats that the people of Israel face in today's world. The BDS effort is an extension of these attacks on the Israeli people. This should be a bipartisan approach to help stop the relentless efforts by Israel's enemies to delegitimize the people of Israel and to stand up for a country that is a beacon of democracy in a region with so many threats. I'm happy to say that I joined a number of colleagues several months ago in writing the Appropriations Committee that funding restrictions should be put in place that prevents U.S. funds from going to entities participating in this BDS action. This amendment is an important extension of those efforts and represents a real opportunity to work in a bipartisan fashion to enforce this long-standing precedent and to ensure taxpayer dollars aren't going to efforts to harm Israel. I ask that the Rules Committee provide full consideration of this amendment as it seeks to strengthen efforts taken by the Appropriations Committee and this body in previous years, and because it reflects bipartisan interests in Congress. I also have another amendment, Mr. Chairman. It has to do with this bill that has us spending $100 million on an inefficient Navigator grants to try to bail out the Affordable Care Act. The Navigator program has proven itself to be incredibly ineffective. For plan year 2017, Navigators received a total of $62.5 million in grants and enrolled less than 82,000 individuals, fewer than 1% of total enrollees. That year, 17 different Navigators enrolled less than 100 people. That cost taxpayers $5,000 per enrollee they recruited. That's simply not a good use of taxpayers' money. I'm proposing that we keep funding for the Navigator grant stable at the $10 million we spent last year and is consistent with what we spent to promote Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D. I'm also proposing we spend those additional $90 million to address a much more critical problem, and that is the opioid epidemic. We did some great work in the past appropriations bills in passing the SUPPORT Act last Congress, but I'm sure I'm not alone in still hearing from folks in my state about the need to do even more. A 2017 national survey on drug use and health found that 11.4 million Americans had misused prescription opioids. 2 million people misused prescription opioids for the first time that year. 2.1 million people already have an opioid use disorder. 886,000 Americans used heroin. About 10% of those used it for the first time. According to the CDC, the opioid crisis claims 130 Americans' lives every day. 130 American lives every day. And it's not slowing down. With a crisis like this continuing to devastate communities across the country, we simply can't waste this kind of money on inefficient efforts to prop up the Affordable Care Act. In a second amendment that I have at the desk, in a third amendment that I have at the desk, I'm proposing transferring $1.5 million in funds from these ACA Navigators grants and put those funds toward Jobs for Veterans state grants. Our veterans are, simply put, our heroes. Without their bravery, their sacrifice, and their service, our country would look like a much different place. This is especially evident just after the 75th anniversary of D-Day, in which so many young Americans died to free Western civilization from the grips of dictatorship. And D-Day is only one example. From Vietnam to the Persian Gulf War and the War on Terror, we have veterans that need our support when they return home. One of our veterans' unique needs is finding employment. After completing military service, veterans are thrust into the job market and have to transfer military skills to reintegrate themselves into a job in the domestic marketplace. Although most businesses report that veteran employees perform at a higher level than regular civilian employees, unfortunately, veterans are at a 15.6% greater chance of being unemployed or underemployed than a civilian. We need to do better, and we can do better, Mr. Chairman. That's why I'm proposing this amendment to transfer $1.5 million in funds from the ACA Navigator grants toward the Jobs for Veterans state grants. This program provides funding to 54 state workforce agencies to help give veterans individualized career and training-related services. I encourage everyone on this committee to join with me in supporting our veterans here on the homeland and help to give veterans an equal shot at gaining meaningful employment after they have put their lives on the line to keep our country and our families safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to present this.
Well, thank you very much, and I apologize for getting here late, but thank you for your testimony and thank you for your patience. I think, you testified, I was going to go, anybody have any questions? Mr. Perlmutter.
Mr. Dr. Gallagher, can you, what is it, what do you believe led to the zeroing out of this R&D for these medium-range, short-range ballistic missiles?
I honestly don't know. I know it's been the recommendation of some non-proliferation groups who obviously disagree with the administration's decision to pull out of the INF. My point is that even if you hold that position, reasonable people can disagree. I happen to think it was the right decision. I've tried to articulate how it gives us the ability to start putting in place low-cost teams of Marines and soldiers in the Indo-Pacific island chains, the first and second island chains, to, for very low cost, hold Chinese weapon systems at risk in the way they're doing to us. But if you disagree with that, and you don't think we should be in that business, and you want us to get back in the agreement, we should still continue to explore R&D for conventional missiles that fall in that range and seek to try and get Russia and hopefully one day China back in the agreement. I think that's a fantasy, but the short answer to your question, Mr. Perlmutter, is I have no idea.
Okay, so how long have we been funding this R&D program?
We've been exploring it, my understanding, just for the last 2 years, and we pushed that in the last 2 years of NDAA. It has not been prohibited by
the treaty. I mean, I guess you could take an interpretation, but as far as I know, there's been no statement on either side, either signatory, saying that R&D is prohibited. And the Russian violations go well beyond R&D.
Right, and you all haven't done your marathon NDAA markup to terminate authorization for this program?
Tomorrow we will be doing our marathon authorization.
And to your knowledge, is there something in there that would eliminate the authorization for this program? Are the two sort of going hand in glove or not?
Not to my knowledge. It was just in the defense of Probst, the decision to reduce the funding by $96 million, which caught my eye. But to my knowledge, I don't think the same problem exists in NDAA on the authority side.
Thank you. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Woodall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated Mr. Perlmutter's question. It's always frustrating when the appropriations go first and authorizations come second. I'm thinking about BDS in particular, and my understanding from folks who have more parliamentary knowledge than I do is that because there is no anti-BDS mission at work in the federal government today, that authorizing dollars for such a mission constitutes a Clause 2 violation. I'm surprised to learn as many times as we voted in this House to stand with Israel. I cannot believe that the State Department doesn't have a let's police against anti-Semitism around the globe mission. I'm shocked to hear that, but we will continue to push for giving the waivers necessary to offer your amendments. But historically speaking, unless the appropriations cardinals have come to say we've worked it out with the authorizing committees, the committee would not give such a waiver, nor would such an amendment be available if we had an open rule on the floor of the House. So I hope we will all be able to partner together to change that authorizing language so that an amendment like this is available, particularly yours, Mr. Carter. You make the point that even as a fiscal conservative, you weren't trying to say go do something important with no money at all. You were willing to plus up the account to achieve the mission. But my understanding is we're just without substantial waivers that's not going to be possible. But I just put that out there because I do believe most members on this committee stand with you philosophically, even if we can't get it done today. So I yield back.
Anybody on this side? No. Mr. Burgess?
So I think all the amendments that we've heard testimony on are thoughtful and worthwhile amendments, and I recommend that they all be made in order, particularly the 6 that I introduced.
Duly noted. Ms. Lesko? Oh, did you? Oh, Ms. Lesko? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, too, is for Mr. Gallagher. Does this zero out the research and development for the INF missiles?
My amendment restores funding
Right.
that was otherwise zeroed out to the tune of $96 million with an offset for that restoration.
And what do they do you think, with this research and development?
Well, eventually, it would allow us to build missile systems with ranges between 500 to 5,500 kilometers that we could field in the first and second island chain. And again, the whole idea is to reduce the likelihood of great power conflict, particularly nuclear great power conflict. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we have an adequate conventional denial capability. And particularly when it seems every 2 years we have these debates about, oh, we're spending so much money on carriers this and that, because carriers are vulnerable to missiles. We don't flip the equation and think, well, why can't we develop our own relatively low-cost missile systems to put Chinese carriers at risk? Because the Chinese don't seem to think that carriers are inadequate. They're building more carriers, and they're going to catch up with us. And again, having dispersed teams with those missile systems would also protect us from attack by our enemies in the Indo-Pacific region.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman and members, I want to thank all of the members that came here. Good amendments. I support all of them. Thanks. And I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. No further questions? Thank you very much. You're free to go. You're free to go. Thank you. Yeah.
We only have witnesses.
And we have another witness, Ms. Plaskett. Welcome. Come on to the.
Get a ribbon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Tell me when you're ready.
You're ready, we're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, thank you for the opportunity to present my views before the committee on the fiscal year 2020 minibus appropriation bill and my amendment to such H.R. 2740. My labor HHS amendment, numbered 157, would provide that it is the sense of the Congress that the United States territories should be provided with more sustainable federal funding under the Medicaid program, beginning in fiscal year 2020 and with a more equitable rate of federal matching funds. The Virgin Islands, which I represent, and 4 other U.S. insular areas of Puerto Rico, Guam, the Northern Marianas, and American Samoa face a Medicaid funding cliff at the end of this year. To quickly review the situation, the federal Medicaid funding to the 50 states and the District of Columbia is open-ended. To the extent that there is a need for services and to the extent that a state can provide a local matching funds, federal Medicaid funds are always available. In the 5 U.S. territories, however, this is not the case. Medicaid in the territories is subject to annual federal funding caps or allotments. Once the cap is reached, the territory must assume then the full cost of Medicaid services. The rate of federal matching funds, or FMAP, for Medicaid in the territories is also always capped at 55%, nearly 30 percentage points below what it would be otherwise if the rate was determined based on the per capita income like it is in the mainland. With the territories facing high poverty rate, this inequitable treatment has resulted in a lack of access to medical care for many Americans, including children, for no other reason than where they reside. It is also a deleterious impact on the finances of local governments and hospitals. Supplemental funding for the Medicaid programs on these American islands, including the Affordable Care Act, expires at the close of this fiscal year, September 30th, 2019. Cuts to that funding puts Medicare delivery at risk, not just for Medicaid recipients on our islands, but for the population at large. This amendment is meant to shine a light on that deepening crisis and to provide a simple statement that Congress intends to do something about it. We recently learned more from the Medicaid directors in the United States Insular Territories in a hearing on this topic in the Committee on Natural Resources about what this loss of Medicaid funds will mean to people we serve, who are Americans, who simply do have no other means of getting basic health care. We also heard descriptions of how hospitals in these territories depend on Medicaid revenue, which helped us to understand how lost Medicaid revenues will hurt healthcare providers in the private practices as well. Up until 2011, the insular territories received a fixed allotment. That allotment is unrelated to local needs in each of our areas. It seems to have been set arbitrarily decades ago, and the local match was set at law at 50-50. 50-50 is the same matching rate as the wealthiest state, which states as poor as the U.S. territories only match at a rate of 17% locally, 83% federal. The Affordable Care Act provided some relief, an extra $7.3 billion in temporary Medicaid funding, and a permanent change in the match to 45% federal, 55% locally, a 5% difference change. But the ACA money is no longer available after this fiscal year. That is this September 30th, and all the insular areas will revert to the pre-existing allotments. Using 2018 data for the Virgin Islands, that's going from 70 million to 18 million, and for Puerto Rico, that goes from 2.3 billion to just 360 million. You cannot suffer cuts like that and continue to deliver services. Certainly more money is needed on an equitable matching rate. But there's also the need for each of these insular areas to build capacity to deliver care, because ultimately the goal is not just to have the same funding as states. What we want is medical care for those who need it in American territory to be every bit as good as medical care in the states. My amendment is simply a statement that Congress intends to get something done here to see that our fellow Americans in the territories are treated better and treated more fairly under the Medicaid program. And I also have a second amendment, Energy and Water Amendment number 92, speaks to the need for a robust investment in the Army Corps of Engineers construction account by redirecting $100 million for increased funding for flood control and storm damage reduction projects. These are projects that are current and future projects throughout the nation. As a federal agency that collects and studies basic information pertaining to flood and storm damage reduction, along with rivers and harbors, it's important that the Army Corps of Engineers and its construction unit have more funding to focus its resources around the nation. The Army Corps of Engineers plays a critical role in building, maintaining, and expanding the most critical of our nation's infrastructure. The Energy, Water Development, and Related Agencies Subcommittee has important responsibilities and is to ensure the safety and resiliency of the nation's infrastructure and waterways. In the Virgin Islands, we are surrounded by water, so the Army Corps of Engineers are particularly important as it relates to flooding. We have seen severe flooding across America over the last few years. This amendment seeks to ensure that the resources are there as Americans face unusual flooding that has been occurring over the decades. The Virgin Islands has a number of potential flood and storm damage reduction projects that the Army Corps could immediately get to work on through a continuing authorities program if it had a budget that invests more in this type of construction in our most disaster-impacted areas. It goes a long way to building more resilient infrastructure systems. I want my colleagues to know that this amendment is not for one region or one area. It's really to help the nation. I'll respond to any questions if you have any at this time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your second amendment and your first as well. I think the first one may have a Clause 2 violation, which is a difficult thing for us to overcome in the committee.
Well, I understood that because it is a sense of what the Congress should do, no?
Well, we'll double check with the parliamentarians.
Okay,
So,
great.
but I appreciate it very much. I don't have any questions. Any questions here? Any
No.
questions?
And as to the Second Amendment?
It's a good amendment.
Right.
We'll have to figure it out, but I think it's certainly compliant with the rules, so.
Thank you. Thank you for your
very
time.
much. Oh, Michelle, I had a question, I'm sorry.
No, I simply thought that the first amendment that you, or statement that you made was excellent, and it is important that the Congress pay attention. The islands in particular have been discriminated against, in my judgment. First with block grants and then with a lot of fooling around.
Sure.
With
I think
numbers.
that, and if you'll see the testimony that was done in Natural Resources, when we were getting the funding, particularly in the Virgin Islands, we were able to create a lot of the capacity building that Congress was looking for when we had that funding. And if that money goes away, that's going to be detriment to our hospitals, which are public hospitals, which really provide a lot of the support and care, and has led to a lot of the infrastructure issues that we have when hospitals have to make the difference between, do we pay our nurses and doctors, or do we fix a roof? They're going to pay the nurses and doctors. And that has meant that we had fragile infrastructure before the hurricanes, as to why now both of our hospitals on St. Croix have been destroyed almost to more than 50%. And we're still waiting to begin the rebuilding on those after the hurricanes.
I'd be happy to work with you on these.
I'll look for your help. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
That's right. I'd like to ask unanimous consent, well, without objection, I'd like to submit for the record a statement from David Cicilline in support of one of his amendments. Are there any other members who wish to testify in the legislation? Seeing none, that closes the hearing portion of this bill. And without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. And I think based on the volume of stuff that people are going through right now, I think our hope would be to come back around 7:30, but we'll give people, what do you want? How much time do you want? An hour? We'll give you an hour. No. We'll give you an hour's notice when we come back. Yeah, I think it's more likely around 7:30, hopefully.
I second the promoter motion.
I thirded, but anyway. And so with that, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Okay, Rules Committee will come to order. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant a structure rule for further consideration of H.R. 2740, the Labor, Health, and Human Services, Education, Defense, State, Foreign Operations, and Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act 2020. The rule provides no further general debate. The rule provides that no further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the Rules Committee report. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution and available pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of House Resolution 431. Each amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, and shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before action thereon, and shall not be subject to amendment except pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of House Resolution 431, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Each amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report may be offered at any time during the consideration of the bill for amendment, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, and shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before action thereon. Shall not be subject to amendment except for amendments described in Section 4 of the House Resolution 431, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against further amendments printed in the Rules Committee report or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. The rule provides that it shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, shall not be subject to amendment except amendments described in Section 4 of House Resolution 431, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
So, as we've just heard from the gentlewoman, this rule provides for further consideration of H.R. 2740 under a structured rule and makes in order a total of 115 total amendments. 5 additional amendments to Division D, State and Foreign Operations, 57 to Division C, Department of Defense, 51 to Division E, Energy and Water, and 2 more to Division A, Labor and HHS. Of these amendments, nearly half are Republican or bipartisan. The rule provides no further general debate and provides the chair of the Appropriations Committee en bloc authority. Finally, the rule includes one motion to recommit. So you've heard the motion from the gentlewoman from California. Is there any amendment or discussion? Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I offer an amendment, I would ask unanimous consent to place in the record a statement by Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 179, Division A of H.R. 2740, offered by Mr. Duffy. This amendment increases the funding for the Refugee and Entrant Assistance Account by $2.8 billion to allow the Office of Refugee Resettlement to provide all unaccompanied alien children with critical child welfare services and high quality. Mr. Chairman, this is important to note. This has nothing to do with border security. There's not a dollar I'm asking for that's for the wall or for additional border security. This is simply to take care of children who have come here in an unaccompanied fashion. We have, and I know my friends know this, and I know they share this belief, the humanitarian crisis at the border is just undeniable. Look, I was notified today, my district is getting ready to receive at a military installation quite a number of these unaccompanied folks, and we've done that before. We did it in 2014 when President Obama was there. We'll do it again. We'll do everything we can in our power to make sure that these young people are taken care of and receive the kind of care that we are legally and, frankly, I would argue, morally required to do. But it takes money. And frankly, I don't know what the delay is on the Democratic side in terms of dragging this out or waiting to the last minute, or you think there's going to be some concession you're going to get. I don't know what it is. All I know is we have these people here. They need the help. We're legally required to do it. We are, I used to chair this subcommittee that dealt with these problems. And I got to tell you, I never put President Obama through anything like you're putting President Trump. We immediately provided the money when it was required to deal with the surge. We disagreed over abortion issues, but we made sure, or excuse me, over immigration issues, I apologize. But we made sure that the money was there available. We are within days. I've talked to the secretary about this. I've talked to the assistant or deputy secretary about this. I've talked to our local officials about this. So we're getting close. And again, I know my friends want to get this done. I don't have any doubt about your desire to make sure this happens. All I'm asking is that we provide the funds to take care of unaccompanied minors that are coming off our borders right now. I'm not asking for more security. I'm not asking for anything else. We're in a crisis situation. So I would hope, Mr. Chairman, that you give this amendment serious consideration. And I ask that it be made in order so that the full House can actually vote on it. We can have our differences over the immigration issue. We have zero differences on taking care of these children. So let's provide the resources to make sure as we negotiate, fight out, talk through whatever our differences are in the other matters, that the government of the United States never lacks the resources that it needs to take care of unaccompanied minors who've come to our borders.
You've heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Burgess.
Office of Refugee Resettlement is under the jurisdiction of the subcommittee that I used to chair, and I'll just have to tell you, I mean, for a number of years, I've gone to visit these facilities, starting back in 2014. There was not nearly the care provided to these residents then as there is now. I think that is in large part due to the work that our subcommittee and the Subcommittee of Oversight and Investigations on Energy and Commerce conducted in 2014 and 2015. But these children now all do undergo a medical screening. There are immunizations provided, so before they are sent to facilities like Mr. Cole's, there is going to be the reasonable reassurance to the school districts in the area that these children will not pose a risk. There are mental health screenings that are provided. There's a mental health screening on admission, and mental health updates are provided periodically to the children. The children end up staying a little less than 2 months' time in these facilities is what is typical. I will tell you in 2014, the stay was shorter, but I, at that time, was very concerned that we were sending children off to stay with a family, and we didn't know anything about them. We didn't know if they were going to be well taken care of. We didn't know if they were going to be treated properly. And then on the subcommittee on the Senate side of the Permanent Senate Committee on Investigations discovered several of these children were taken to a farm in Iowa where they were treated very poorly. I think it is incumbent upon us to assure that the placement of these children is proper. And then furthermore, in 2014, there was no follow-up that was done. Now there is voluntary follow-up. It's hard to force someone to follow up if they choose not to, but at least there is the opportunity for the child to check back in with the ORR facility from which they came if things aren't completely to their liking when they get to wherever they're going. So Mr. Cole is exactly right. This is a good amendment. We should include this in the package of amendments that is sent down to the floor. It's only proper that we do this, and It is, again, I think Mr. Cole is right on the money when he says that this is our obligation and this is a requirement for the facilities that we're providing. And I thank the gentleman for his consideration. I'll yield back.
Any further discussion? Well, first of all, I think I take a back seat to no one when it comes to the issue of children migrating to the United States, whether they're unaccompanied minors or with their parents. And I'm not sure if there's a point of order against this or whatever. We're checking that out. But the deal is we will deal with this issue. You know, I would have appreciated a little bit of outrage when children were being separated from their parents at the border.
Well, actually, Mr. Chairman, I won't accept that because there was outrage on my part.
Well, I appreciate you, but-
immediately stated I thought that was an inappropriate policy.
And I appreciate
and,
that.
a lot of us did.
I appreciate that, but there were a lot of you on your side who said nothing. And so I appreciate that. But I'm going to urge that we vote no on this. We will deal with this at another time.
Just for the record, the parliamentarian has cleared this. So this is, there's no question about whether or not this.
Well, I think we'll deal this in a more comprehensive
And we will. And if I can, Mr. Chairman, and I mean this in all sincerity, I have no doubt that you want to take care of this issue. I have no doubt that any of our friends on the other side. So I want to make that clear ahead of your vote. But I'm asking you this, and I mean this all sincerely. Please go to your leadership and get this done. This is not a matter of waiting around a month. We are days away from a real problem here. So if you're serious, and I know you're serious about this, so I would just ask you to talk to your leadership. Let's get something on, whether it deals with security or not, fair enough. We have a difference on that. We don't have a difference on this. Let's at least fund taking care of these unaccompanied minors as quickly as we can. Look, it's literally my communities are wondering whether or not they'll have the resources to take care of kids that we know are coming. So.
No, and I appreciate that, and we will, and we will come up with something quick, and I look forward to working with you. I want to yield to the gentleman from California.
And I want to say that I really do appreciate my colleague. As you know, we both serve on the Appropriations Committee. Today, we talked about bringing forward an emergency funding bill that is more comprehensive. And I know that once that bill comes forward, we'll all have an opportunity to work on that. The timing on it, we're working on expediting that.
Well, I have no doubt about my friend's intentions here. I have zero doubt. And we did talk about it today in appropriations. We've offered this, by the way, as a PQ for 2 weeks. So we've been sending up flares here for a while. All I would ask is that the majority get serious about this part of it. We can disagree on other parts. We don't disagree here. And there are communities where these kids are getting ready to arrive. We have contractors that don't know if they're going to get paid. They don't have a lot of money. I don't want to see us start canceling contracts because people couldn't count on us to do this. Because I know you want to do it. I mean, just so, please, I'm just trying to add a sense of urgency here that we deal with this, and I trust the chairman, I trust my friends on the other side that they take it seriously. I know they do, and hopefully we will. I look forward to working with you when we have that opportunity.
And the gentleman's point is duly noted, and I would just simply say we need to move this more expeditiously than this appropriations bill will move it, because as the gentleman acknowledged early on, we're in the beginning of a process. We haven't even agreed on overall spending caps yet, so this is going to be a process that's going to go on for quite some time. Hopefully we come up with a package that can move more expeditiously to help these children, and hopefully we come up with a more humane immigration policy in the process. The vote is on the gentleman's amendment. I would urge a no, because I think this is not the appropriate vehicle to do this on. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, would like a roll call on that?
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres, Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin, Mr. Raskin, no. Miss Scanlon, Miss Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli, Mr. Morelli, no. Miss Shalala, Miss Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Clerk
no.
report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The member does not agree to it. There further amendments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cole.
I have an amendment to rule to make an order and provide the necessary waivers for the amendment number 66 to Division E of H.R. 2740, offered by Mr. Shimkus. This bipartisan amendment provides funding for the Department of Energy and Nuclear Regulatory Commission to carry out nuclear waste disposal activities under Title I of the Nuclear Waste Policy Act. Amendment provides funding for the DOE and the NRCC to restart the safety licensing process to provide authoritative answers on Yucca Mountain as the permanent repository defense nuclear waste and spent site. This is an issue we've talked about a lot. And again, I know there's broad bipartisan agreement. Every time this thing gets to the floor, it gets well north of 300 votes. I would just urge, as I did earlier this week, that our leadership talk to one another. We don't have a United States Senate race in November. Both sides have been guilty of not dealing with this because of that. But we got 39 states out there that have nuclear waste. I'm very fortunate. I don't represent one of those. We have a lot of districts that have this. We have a facility that we've spent $14 or $15 billion on to deal with this. And it's time to do it. I think the House should take the lead in this, quite frankly. It's been a Senate problem mostly that's blocked this multiple times. And I do worry that at some point, we're making political calculations. If something goes wrong, and God forbid that it would, and I hope it doesn't, I have confidence in the people that we charge to be responsible for these things. But something goes wrong, people are going to look back and say, what did you guys do to make sure that this waste was put someplace? I think this is an opportunity for us to do the right thing. So, again, I hope we make Mr. Shimkus's amendment in order. We start the process. We don't spend a dollar here. We don't obligate anything. We just begin to look and make sure the facility is capable of doing what it's designed to do. And so, again, this is a problem. This is an opportunity for us to work together to get something off the plate that maybe we've both failed at doing before, but we could do together now.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Woodall.
Thinking about the appropriations process and the way folks have been trying to get back to an open process, I would have said this is exactly the kind of amendment that a closed process disadvantages. It's not a gotcha amendment. It's one that we've been talking about on both sides of the aisle for years. It's not a partisan amendment. It's got broad bipartisan support. It's not something that committee chairmen are whipping against. It was a very close vote on the appropriations committee, and had there been more discussion, it may well have gone the other way. I don't know how, in the spirit of empowering individual members, we get back to a place where we're talking to one another about this. I recognize the ranking members' council, that the leadership get together and talk about this, but at some point, I'm tired of the leadership getting together and talking about things. I want the membership to get together and talk about things. And the membership on this issue is driven to push this to conclusion. If the conclusion is that Yucca Mountain is a terrible idea and we need to take it off the table and find a new repository, that's fair game. If the conclusion is Yucca Mountain's a wonderful idea and it will be full with the nuclear waste we already have and we still need to find a second repository, that's fair game. But to keep kicking this can down the road when we have bipartisan agreement that something should happen, again, I recognize this committee's role in preventing divisive, controversial, nonsensical things from coming to the floor. This amendment is none of those things, and it has been brought to us time and time again by one of our most earnest members, Mr. Shimkus, and we're not talking about jamming it through. We're just talking about giving it a vote that I think the gentleman and certainly states like mine and yours, where ratepayers have been paying this tax, are entitled to.
Any other discussion? We've heard the Cole Amendment. The vote is now on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Be the chair, the noes have it. Roll call. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko? Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
That amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment to the rule to make an order and provide the necessary waivers for my amendment, Amendment number 23, Division A of H.R. 2740. Amendment ensures tribal sovereignty as it relates to National Labor Relations Board jurisdiction. And I understand, honestly, the parliamentary difficulties here, and I want to acknowledge that up front, but I want to take the opportunity to make the point, if I can, Mr. Chairman. This is really, and I would urge all my friends on the other side to look at it. I think most of my friends would acknowledge when it comes to Native American issues, when I think you're right, I vote with you. And I do that in defiance of my own party on many occasions. I did most recently on the Violence Against Women Act. But this is a case where we have an agency of government that egregiously overreached. Under the National Labor Relations Act, of course, governmental employees are exempt. Private employees are subject to this, but we specifically exempted in the 1930s any governmental employee. And that the rule was silent about tribal employees. There weren't that many of them back then, but for almost 70 years, that's the way we operated. Then in 2004, on its own, the National Labor Relations Board asserted jurisdiction over tribal employees and devised some sort of artificial thing. Well, we can't do it over governmental employees like that work in tribal law enforcement or working, but we can do it in gaming industries. Well, gaming industries for most tribes, to be quite frank with you, or any kind of, that's how they get their income. That's their tax base. We don't allow them to tax. And the administration at the time did not ask the NLRB to do this. Congress did not ask them. They, on their own, decided they would assert this. This House has twice passed, with bipartisan support, legislation to end their jurisdiction here and just simply recognize tribal sovereignty. I voted with many of my colleagues on your side of the aisle on the Mashpee bill. Recently, voted again with the majority of my side and the majority on the Carcieri decision. This is simply another manifestation of that. So, again, I want to set up front, because I don't want to put any of you in a bad spot. So I want to, like on the record, recognize that there's a legitimate issue here about legislating on an appropriations bill. That's a fair point to make. But we're not seeing this move through the process. And if you believe in tribal sovereignty, believe me, you don't believe the National Labor Relations Board should have jurisdiction over governmental employees any more than you believe it in any other area. Now, if you believe they should have jurisdiction over all governmental employees, that's fair enough. You know, if you think they should have jurisdiction over federal employees and state and local, that is fair enough. But we don't draw this distinction between governmental and non-governmental for any other government. In other words, you can be a municipal employee working on a municipal golf course. It's not generally regarded as a governmental function. You're not under the jurisdiction of the NLRB. You work for the municipality. And so this is something, again, and I want to particularly compliment my friend Betty McCollum, Chairman McCollum, who's been very consistently supportive of this. Your deputy whip, Mr. Kildee, Dan Kildee's been consistently supportive of this at considerable risk, I would say, politically to both those people. So I would just ask you to look at this going forward. I'll ask for a vote tonight, but again, I recognize you have very legitimate procedural reason to oppose this, but please think about this going forward, because you either believe in tribal sovereignty or you don't. And you don't measure it against, well, labor unions like this, but sovereignty, that's not it. Sovereignty is a whole different issue than private deals. And this Congress should be proud of what we've done in recent years. We've expanded tribal sovereignty in a number of areas. We did it in the Violence Against Women Act. You did it again as a majority in this Congress. I'm very supportive of that. I think you did the right thing. But at the end of the day, we've rolled back tribal sovereignty over decades under both parties for many years. This is an opportunity to reverse that, to go back to the way we thought this thing should operate. And so, again, I would urge the adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, and as the gentleman pointed out, there is a Clause 2 issue here, which is very difficult for us to deal with, to overcome here in this committee, because it sets a precedent that I think it makes it difficult to deal with some of these other matters that have a Clause 2 issue in the future. But let me just say for the record, there's nobody in this Congress who is a bigger champion of tribal sovereignty issues than the gentleman from Oklahoma. And so I take everything he says very seriously, and I think on this and a number of other issues we need to work together. So, any other discussion? You've heard the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor of the Cole amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'll accept the voice vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further amendments? Mr. Woodall.
Recognizing what you've just said about Clause 2, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order and provide the necessary waivers for Amendment Number 9 to Division D, offered by Mr. Zeldin of New York. I believe you were away on other business.
I was, yeah.
When we were discussing BDS, and the several members offered amendments to provide funding for the United States government to be focused on whether or not we're helping groups that are actively trying to undermine the lone democracy in the Middle East and our strongest ally there. The Zeldin Amendment ensures that foreign aid does not support NGOs that participate in BDS activities or BDS campaigns against the state of Israel. One of the few legislative accomplishments by the Senate this year was the passage of S1, which is the Combating BDS Act. The authorizing language is there, but it was remarkable to see, particularly the Republican members, coming forward to say, let's put money where our mouth is and support our State Department as our State Department tries to manage U.S. funds in ways that support our allies and democracies as opposed to undermine them. So I hope we will make the waivers necessary and add to the rule the Zeldin Amendment to 2740.
And as the gentleman knows, there's a Clause 2 issue with this as well. Any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Woodall Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I will ask for a roll call, please.
Gentleman has requested a roll call vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres, Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Raskin, Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon, Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala, Ms. Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko, Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
I have one other amendment, Mr. Chairman. It's Amendment Number 4 to Division A, offered by Mr. Davis of Illinois. That discussion was incredibly interesting here. I thought we found some partnership across the aisle. What the amendment says is no funds shall be used, Mr. Chairman, to undermine pre-existing conditions, protections that are in the bill. One of the first votes taken this Congress was a vote to protect those with pre-existing conditions, and it continues to be something that does not divide us across party lines. It unites us across party lines. There has been a lot of confusion about folks making that effort, whether we're supporting pre-existing conditions or undermining them. What the Davis Amendment says is no funds shall be used in a way that undermines pre-existing conditions protections, and it feels like not only one of those things that we can agree on in a bipartisan way, but one of those things that the American people expect us to vote on here in Congress.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman, and there's a Clause 2 issue on this as well. I also I think maybe we have a disagreement because I don't think that this is an issue that unites us. For dozens of times, when my friends were in the majority, I mean, they brought bills to the floor that basically repealed protections for people with pre-existing conditions. And that was consistent, and we pointed it out time and time and time again. It wasn't until after the November election that all of a sudden everybody's for pre-existing conditions. So maybe there's been a conversion. I appreciate it, but I think the best way to protect people with pre-existing conditions is to make sure the president doesn't succeed in his court battle to overturn the Affordable Care Act. So I don't think this is necessary. There's a Clause 2 issue here as well, and so I would urge a no vote. Any other discussion?
If I could be heard
Sure,
further,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the parliamentarian has informed us that with the revisions to the amendment, there is no Clause 2 violation. And just because we do sometimes get politically charged.
I don't have that information, so, I mean, all this stuff has been done pretty late in the game. I will also point out for the record, by the way, that I want the record to reflect that there were a number of Republican amendments where there were some issues with the parliamentarian that we offered to work with the minority on to try to get them to adjust and change their amendments so they would be compliant, and many of them chose not to. So anyway, I don't think this is necessary, and we have consistently been opposed to any effort to deny people protections with pre-existing conditions, and so I would urge a no vote.
If I could be heard further.
Absolutely, you can do whatever you.
Thank you. It is meaningful to me that you don't believe it is necessary to have a prohibition amendment that says no fund shall be used to undermine pre-existing protections, because I know how much you support those protections, leads me to believe you're not worried the administration would be going down that road. That comforts me. I do believe, though, the way the Fourth Estate operates, not everyone has the comfort that you and I have. And that's what makes the Davis Amendment important. In fact, even here tonight, when you talk about pre-existing conditions, you do begin talking about them from a 2010 perspective. I begin talking about them from a 1995 perspective, when Newt Gingrich led the first Republican Congress in 40 years and abolished pre-existing condition exclusions for every healthcare plan in the nation, regulated by the federal government to the tune of about 200 million Americans. And so it hasn't been a divisive issue.
It has
We've
been.
simply approached it in a different way.
I think it has been a divisive. And also, too, I remember Newt Gingrich, too, and when he went after Medicare as well, he wanted to wither on the vine. So I remember those days very well. I just got elected to Congress. But look, what would be more meaningful to me is if you would pick up the phone and call President Trump and tell him to stop trying to take away people's health care protections, whether it's protecting people with pre-existing conditions or the other protections that are in the Affordable Care Act. So I would urge a no vote on this. And is there any other discussion? Mr. Morelli.
Well, I would just say this, Mr. Chair. I may have said this in this committee before. If I have, I apologize for repeating myself. Old age will do that to you. But when I was in the New York Assembly and chaired the Insurance Committee, I recall that I talked to a constituent once who said, I called my insurance company to find out if I had out-of-network coverage. And they told me yes. My son needed a specific thing, and it was out-of-network. Came back and had a $10,000 bill afterward. And the answer was, yes, you had out-of-network coverage, you just didn't have full coverage. So I think definitions matter here, and with regard to Mr. Davis and his amendment, I think it's well-meaning. We chatted a little bit about reaching out to him and perhaps figuring out whether there was legislation which could be on point, but that really goes through and digs down. You can say that there are protections for pre-existing conditions, but place a premium on the dollars that are necessary or increase the out-of-pocket costs, which is really effectively no protections whatsoever. So I think my problem with the amendment, and I take you a word relative to legislating in an appropriation bill, is my first rodeo as it relates to that. But more specifically, the conditions under which these pre-existing condition protections exist are really, really important. And the amendment really had no detail as it related to that. So I think if there's a good faith effort, I think members of this committee, working with Mr. Davis and others, can probably come to introduce legislation which would do exactly what he purported to say, but really have some detail to make sure that those protections really do exist. So,
Would the gentleman yield just one moment? Would the gentleman yield?
sure.
You did ask that question earlier for more specificity. What I appreciated about, and you know, Mr. Davis, of all the folks who are poking each other with sharp sticks in this institution, he's none of those folks. He specifically cited sections of the Affordable Care Act and said no funds shall be used in contravention of these sections, because the accusation had been the law is clear on what is intended, and the administration is undermining that. And that's why he specifically cited the Public Health Act to say, these are the sections that we're talking about, and we want to make sure those are protected. And
Well, I
appreciate
appreciate
the
that. I guess the point I was trying to make is what I might consider protections for pre-existing conditions may not be what other people consider protections. If you have a higher premium because you're in a pool with people who have pre-existing conditions, you may be able to have access to the insurance, but it may be much more costly, in which case that would violate, I think, what some of us believe are those protections. So I think as we're just talking about it, it occurred to me that if we could get to a definition and really agree on definitions, we could do it. I have no doubt that that's what Mr. Davis might mean, but I don't think the amendment was clear as I read it, notwithstanding the fact that he identified sections of the appropriations bill. So if he's, and as you say, and I take you at your word, and you certainly know him, if that's the case, I hope we could be able to get to a common place.
And I want to compliment the gentleman from Georgia for reminding us that the ACA is still the law of the land, and the reason why people with pre-existing conditions are protected from discrimination is because of the ACA. Any further discussion? Ms. Shalala.
Yeah, I'd like to endorse what Mr. Morelli said. When I read the amendment, I specifically asked Mr. Davis whether it would stop the administration from intervening with an amicus brief in the Texas case, for example, because that would in fact eliminate pre-existing conditions. I also pointed out to him that the administration had put forth plans that would have annual limits and would allow these short-term plans to actually increase costs for people with pre-existing conditions. So I think what we want to do is sit down with Mr. Davis and see what he really means in this legislation, because as written, it would actually ban the administration from doing a number of, spending money on a number of strategies that they're using now that would in fact eliminate coverage for pre-existing conditions. So we look forward to working with him, and we're not saying no, we just want to sit down and understand the legislation.
Further discussion? Mr. Raskin.
But if I could just join in with Ms. Shalala and Mr. Morelli on this, but I also was intrigued by it, about the idea of legislating in such a way as to prevent the federal government from interfering with people's pre-existing condition coverage. But there's this fundamental ambiguity about what it means. How does it relate to copays and deductibles and annual limits and different kinds of plans? And if what we want to try to do is prevent the junk plans, then I'm indeed all for it. I would not be into it as an empty rhetorical exercise. And here, I guess I'm persuaded by what the chairman has said about it. I mean, I can understand the impulse to try to obscure the basic philosophical differences we've had about this, but I think if there is a convergence now, then I think there needs to be a recognition that there's been a dramatic change in the GOP position on this. The GOP voted, I think, 50 or 60 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act. I think that was the rhetoric of the campaigns. I mean, I'm not making this up. I mean, this was the heart of our political contest, and there was an effort to repeal it without replacing it with anything, and that would have destroyed pre-existing condition coverage. And I thought that was perfectly consistent with the philosophical argument being made, which is let the market determine it. And our position was the market is not working to take care of our people, which is why we need to cover the kids up until age 25 or 26. It's why we need coverage for people who have pre-existing medical conditions. And then, as the chairman suggests, there's an election where the people make themselves clear on this subject, and then suddenly everybody is for pre-existing condition coverage, and all is forgiven and forgotten about the effort to repeal the ACA 50 or 60 different times. So, I would be interested if we want to have substantive policy legislation that will prevent real attacks on pre-existing condition coverage. I guess I'm not as interested in sort of papering over what the real record has been. If there has been a philosophical change, then I applaud it, I commend it, I'm enthusiastic about it, but then let's do it in a real way and not in a cosmetic way. I yield back to you.
Would the gentleman yield?
By all means, yeah.
In the spirit of papering over the facts, the facts are that more Americans are protected from pre-existing conditions because of the Newt Gingrich-led Congress and what we did with ERISA than what happened in the Affordable Care Act. Now, what happened in the Affordable Care Act was a dramatic shift in American thinking. And I tell constituents all the time, President Obama fought that fight. He won. He won on lifetime limits, that lifetime cap should go. He won on kids up to 26. And he won on taking away from states the authority to control pre-existing conditions and bringing that to Washington. That is a shift. But when it comes to protecting pre-existing conditions, the papering over of the facts is to suggest that the Democratic Congress in 2010 was the first one to ever come up with that idea. We did that in a partnership way in 1996, which is why we're not still arguing about that. We are still arguing about what happened in 2010. We didn't do it in a partnership way, and we're still looking for that partnership way forward. But I suggest that's the goal of the Davis Amendment, is to say folks mistakenly are claiming the idea that access to health care is a Republican idea or a Democratic idea, and that's a false narrative no matter who's telling it. And so let's pass a prohibition amendment in a Democratic-led Congress signed by a Republican president that says we stand together on enforcing concurrent law. And I thank the gentleman for his generous yield.
Well, I think we would agree to disagree. I think I've been here too long. This discussion go on forever in terms of our interpretation of what history was all about when it comes to this issue. But in any event, the vote is on the Woodall Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Gentleman's asked for a roll call vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres, Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin, Mr. Raskin, no. Miss Scanlon, Miss Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli, Mr. Morelli, no. Miss Shalala, Miss Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall, Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko, Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Burgess.
Yes,
Who's
Mr. Chairman.
I see two Burgess amendments in order. And
Yeah,
this,
I know
that
that.
I disagree with very strongly, but they're in order nonetheless. They must have bad staff work.
It is, I'm going to make note of the date in my personal diary. It's the first time this has ever happened. But I would like to offer an amendment and grant the necessary waivers to make an order amendment number 7 to Division C. And this amendment would strike the provisions in the bill that specifically prohibit funding from being used for border security infrastructure. It is concerning that Congress has not provided the funding to our frontline officers and agents to deal with this crisis that we have at the border. If we do not address irregular migration, we must at least allow resources to be used to secure the southern border. I yield back.
All right, whatever. And I think one of your amendments, that's on energy and water, deals with the border security. I would.
This is Department of Defense.
All right, okay, I urge a no vote on this. Any other discussion? The vote is on the Burgess Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. And a roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres, Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin, Mr. Raskin, no. Miss Scanlon, Miss Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli, Mr. Morelli, no. Miss Shalala, Miss Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole, Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall, Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko, Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Yes,
Mr. Burgess.
An amendment I'm going to submit to and block this, number 3 and number 41, to Division D of H.R. 2740. Amendment number 3 reduces funding for El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras by the number of unaccompanied alien children in the custody of Office of Refugee Resettlement multiplied by $30,000. We want to stop the crisis on our southern border. We do need to hold the countries accountable from which the children have come. Last month, more than 144,000 undocumented individuals crossed the border. Of these, 11,000 were unaccompanied children. Money talks, and this amendment will provide a real, tangible monetary incentive to combat the drivers of illegal immigration. Likewise, amendment number 47 would allow reprogramming of those dollars to non-governmental organizations like USAID, who on the ground are doing very real and tangible work. And again, I submit it is less expensive to fund those activities than it is to fund and build another ORR facility in this country.
Yeah, so it's too late to get into the debate on the subject matter. I just profoundly disagree with the way that you curtail immigration from Central America is to cut programs that actually benefit the country. But suffice it to say, these both have Clause 2 violations against them, and I would urge a no vote. So any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Burgess Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Opinion chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8
The
nays.
amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to the rule to make an order and provide the necessary waivers for amendment number 99 to Division E of H.R. 2740, offered by myself, Mrs. Lesko. This amendment increases funding for nuclear energy by $8,282,000, offset with a reduction from energy efficiency and renewable energy. This amendment would match the fiscal year 19 nuclear energy funding level. Nuclear energy is a key element of U.S. energy independence, providing approximately 60% of the nation's annual clean electricity production. In my state of Arizona, we have Palo Verde Nuclear Plant. It's the largest producing nuclear plant in the nation and provides energy for both Arizona and California, and it's clean energy.
So we're told that that has a budget outlay problem, and I'm sure your staff probably informed you of that as well, so I would urge a no vote. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we are the rules.
You
committee.
are, and I'm following your lead when you were in charge, and you were very strict on this. I thought it was a good.
I always
it was a
encourage
good. It was a good. It was a good rule.
To assert the authority of the rules committee.
We could, but I hardly think this is the place to do it. So the vote is on the Lesko amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments or discussion? Ms. Lesko.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 58 to Division D of H.R. 2740, offered by Mrs. Fox from North Carolina. This bipartisan amendment prohibits funds from being provided to assist in the investigation, arrest, detention, extradition, or prosecution by the International Criminal Court of any Israeli citizen or permanent resident of Israel, as Israel is not a party to the Rome Statute. The American Service Members Protection Act of 2002 prohibits funding for the purpose of assisting the investigation, arrest, detention, extradition, or prosecution of any United States citizen, permanent resident by the ICC. This amendment extends this prohibition to Israeli citizens. Palestinians have attempted to continue to use multinational organizations like the ICC on their crusade against the Jewish state. United States shouldn't assist the ICC in its investigation of a non-NATO ally and strategic partner using taxpayer dollars when the United States itself is not a party to the Rome Statute.
You heard the gentlewoman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the votes on the Lesko amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Is there any other amendment or discussion? Let me just say that I want to thank, yeah.
Well, we'll have discussion on the final motion whenever you think that's appropriate.
All right, well, why don't we do that now? Okay, we'll do that. So, no, hearing none, the question now on the motion offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Well, I want to have discussion on it.
Okay.
May I just make a point?
Any discussion? Go ahead. Absolutely, go ahead.
It's both a compliment and a challenge. And I want to begin with the challenge. We've made a big point about amendments on our side. We feel very strongly about that. And, to date, inclusive of this bill, Democratic amendments have been 70% of the total, Republicans 18, bipartisan 12. That compares to 45 for Democrats in the last Congress, 38 for Republicans. We were in the majority, 17. But this bill is better. This bill is better. It's 58% for Democrats, 25% for Republicans, and 17. And so while I'm not happy with that, I'm pleased that the movement is in the right direction. I want to thank the chairman for that. I want to thank my friends on the other side of the aisle for that. I want to urge them to do better. And I say this as an appropriator and an institutionalist, not as a Republican. I will just tell you, having dealt with a lot of appropriations bills over the years, getting amendments, just vote them down if you don't like them. That's fair enough. But getting members involved in the appropriations process where they at least feel like their voice is heard is really important. And it's really important because at the end of the day, the appropriations process has to be bipartisan. You can win here all day long, but to actually fund the government, we have to do that every year. At least right now, you're going to have to deal with a Republican Senate. You're going to have to deal with a Republican president. You may well need Republican votes once those agreements are reached because you're going to lose some folks on your own end that are disappointed. And so I would just hope, and I know clearly a sincere effort's been made here on this bill, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for that. It's got to get a little closer. It's got to get a little better. We're not 25% of the House of Representatives. We're a considerably larger number than that, probably in the middle 40s someplace. So again, we recognize this. I would just ask the majority as we go forward to continue to work with us on this. And again, you don't like the amendments, fair enough. Vote them down. I don't have any problem with that. But give them a chance to get out there and become part of the process. And then when we do, if we do, and I hope we do, come to a final agreement that is genuinely bipartisan. We did that last year, by the way, for almost all the appropriations spending. We only did 5 bills, but we had 75% of all the federal money taken care of by September 30th. And honestly, the other bills could have been done and should have been done, in my view. I was very critical of my own leadership about this beforehand. We got down to 1 or 2 little items of difference that then we slid into a government shutdown on, and I think that's regrettable, and I was not happy about that, and I made that known on my side of the aisle and publicly. It's not the way to run things. It never works. It's always a mistake. I've seen both sides do it. We do it more often, and when we're stupid, we're really stubborn about it, so we keep at it more often, but never a good thing. All I would say, the appropriations process by nature is something that binds the Congress together and can be a process. So just as you look at the amendments, I would ask you to, swallow hard sometimes, vote them down. You don't like them, but just put more of them up there so we have more members whose fingerprints are on the process, who cannot say my voice was never heard, I never had a chance to go down the floor and make my case. We didn't always do that as well, but on the amendment process, honestly, in the last Congress, we did it pretty well. And this is the vehicle to do it in, because at the end of the day, it's going to have to be a bipartisan agreement that gets the government funded. So, again, don't mean to lecture. It's just my observation over many years, Mr. Chairman. And again, I'm quite sincere in this. I want to thank you for working with us a lot here in the last part, because the process has gone up. The amendments, more and more have been included, and I just want to encourage you to continue to do that.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for his words of wisdom, and I genuinely admire him because I know he cares deeply about this institution, and I always take his advice in the spirit in which it is meant. And he is also a genuinely nice guy. I think we all agree with that, and we enjoy working with him. And it's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because I think we can continue to work together and move this committee forward. It's a curse because I have to rip up my snarky clothes now because you were so nice. So, so now, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no, no, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk, report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
And Ms. Torres of California will carry it for the Democrats. What? It's agreed to. It's agreed to. It's agreed to. And Ms. Torres will carry for the Democrats. And so, without objection, I think the committee stands adjourned. Thank you. Good.
That was one of the better ones. That's going to